Good morning. We're going to get started this morning with a invocation led by Pastor Stephanie Rowinski of St. Paul's Lutheran Church, and that'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by members of Girl Scout Troop 2699, Aya Noah, Afia Furkan, Sophia Shazad, Huda Jari, Lana Noah, Myra Tor, and Salia Shazad. Please stand as you are able.
Let us pray. Lord God, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for the city that we live in. Thank you for bringing us from all different places to join in this moment together. We pray that as we celebrate all that's happened in the city, as we look to the work ahead, that you would inspire us with wisdom and creativity, and that you would let our intelligence and our gifts of service be at the forefront of all that happens here, so that the work that we do would bring order out of chaos and would bring beauty and mercy and justice and compassion to this wonderful city. Lord, we are so grateful, and we pray that you would bless us and that what we would do here would honor you. And we pray these things in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you to everybody from Girl Scout Troop 2699, and thank you, Pastor Rowinski. Thank you as well to Joseph Messick. I understand Joseph provided the music this morning. I want to call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we are going to start with Office of the Mayor, which has about 3 presentations, and I will make my way to the front for that. I think we'll start with Allied Arts, if our friends from Allied Arts would like to come down. Yeah, everybody, yeah. You came all this way, got up this early.
Arts people, you know who you are.
Hey, Tyler. Hey, good morning. How are you? Good to see you. All right. Well, we're all gathered here today because it is Allied Arts Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about that. And so I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the arts enhance every aspect of life in Oklahoma City, contributing to economic development, enriching quality of life, driving tourism, and generating a profound positive influence on youth. And whereas youth arts education fosters imagination, discipline, self-expression, and creative problem-solving skills, helping underserved students find their unique voice and path in life. And whereas Allied Arts has served as the champion of Central Oklahoma's cultural community and has infused nearly $100 million to enhance our city's quality of life since 1971. And whereas the arts and cultural sector not only strengthens the fabric of our neighborhoods, but also drives economic impact, supports local jobs, and elevates Oklahoma City's reputation as a vibrant, innovative city. And whereas the community celebrates the countless artists, performers, and organizations whose work brings beauty and meaning to our public spaces and inspires residents of all ages to engage with the arts. And whereas local businesses and nonprofits, along with the community at large, proudly recognize February as Allied Arts Month to honor the organization's vital support for our cultural community for over 55 years. Now, therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim February 2026 to be Allied Arts Month.
Thank you. Well, we are joined here by obviously a lot of member agencies, Sunny, who we all know well, but we are going to hear from Farouk Kareem, the current chair of Allied Arts, who might also want to explain your attire. I mean, you're a sharp dresser, but there is some extra meaning here today.
Thank you, Mayor. So We're just so grateful to you and council for recognizing February 2026 as Allied Arts Month. This is our Emerald anniversary. It's also my Emerald anniversary of life next week.
55.
55. Allied Arts is such an amazing organization, and we support over 40 arts and culture organizations financially. And those organizations do an amazing job of inspiring us, entertaining us, healing us, and making Oklahoma City the great place that it is to live. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else to say? Well, thank you to all the board members, agencies that are represented here, and we wish you good luck in the campaign ahead. Let's hear it for our arts community. All right, how about Renee? Where's Renee? Come on down. Well, Renee Alonso, you are our Employee of the Month, but we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Renee Alonso has been a city employee for 2 years and serves as a service writer for the General Services Department in the Fleet Services Division. And whereas Renee assists customers, coordinates repairs for the general fleet, and supports shop staff with accurate work orders. And whereas Renee combines technical expertise with outstanding customer service, earning frequent positive feedback for his professionalism and clear communication. And whereas Renee improves efficiency by streamlining service write-up processes, reducing turnaround times, and stepping up during high-volume periods without compromising quality. And whereas Renee exemplifies the city's one city, one team vision by coordinating maintenance and repair actions across multiple departments and vendors, ensuring timely and effective service. And whereas Renee's positive attitude, strong work ethic, and commitment to continuous improvement inspire colleagues and strengthen the Fleet Services team. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and the council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Renee Alonso, January 2026 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Thank you. Well, this is a resolution, which means we need to pass it. We're going to do that, and then we'd love to hear from you, Renee. It looks like you came prepared, so I look forward to hearing those remarks. But let's see if we can pass this resolution. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously. All right, Renee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Holtz and city council members. I have just for the few seconds or minutes you gave me to say a couple of words. No, seriously, thank you first and foremost. I'd like to give thanks to first the Almighty, who's given me the strength and the ability to wake up every morning and come and do this kind of work. I want to thank my wife, Pam Alonso, for being there. She's my rock. Without her, I wouldn't be standing here today. I'm truly honored to be recognized by the city of Oklahoma City, the Kiwanis Club. As a service writer for General Services, I know that keeping a fleet of over 2,300 vehicles is not an easy task, and it's a massive responsibility. It's a job that impacts every corner of the Oklahoma City in public service and in our neighborhood streets. I didn't get here by myself. I want to give thanks to, I was trained by the best. I want to give thanks to Dwayne Black. And Dwayne, I thank you for being such a good friend and for showing me the ropes of being a service writer. I owe a lot of my success to his guidance. I also would like to give recognition to all the mechanics that I work with and all the other employees that I work with. With them, they make me to be the man that I need to be at the job I do. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our leadership, Max Dennis, Jeff Tweehouse, John Bristow, Chris Daniels. I know he was here a minute ago. There he is. You know, I want to thank you for the support and the direction that you give us. You made a great impact on my work, and I thank you for that. Your leadership gives us a vision, and it allows us to get the job done right for the people of this city and for our police officers. I'm looking for many more years to work with this team, and we got a lot of work ahead of us. But with this team of mechanics that I work with, and the other employees, and obviously the grace of the Almighty, we're going to get through this and get the task done. Thank you all for this honor. I'm truly blessed and highly favored.
Let's hear it for Renee. Thank you. Okay, Taylor, come on down. Taylor is our Teacher of the Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about her. And so I'd ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Taylor Belote has been named Teacher of the Month for February 2026 by Edmond Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Taylor received her bachelor's degree in elementary education with special distinction from the University of Oklahoma in 2019. And whereas Taylor was named the 2025 District Teacher of the Year for Edmond Public Schools, a distinction that recognizes not only her outstanding instructional practices, but also her unwavering commitment to student success and her positive impact on the school community. And whereas Taylor has taught third grade at Heritage Elementary since 2019, serves as a third grade team lead, serves on the Heritage Professional Learning Community Leadership Team, and has also served on the Heritage Elementary Celebrate Differences Committee. And whereas Taylor is a member of the EPS Foundation Advisory Board, the Heritage Elementary Lead Team, and has served on the Edmond Public Schools Science Curriculum Adoption Committee. She also serves as a University of Central Oklahoma student teacher mentor, guiding the next generation of educators. And whereas Taylor creates a classroom environment centered around inclusion and prioritizing student relationships, a place where her dedication to making learning fun and meaningful is showcased, a setting where she empowers students of all backgrounds and abilities to achieve success through her thoughtful guidance and high expectations. And whereas Taylor's emphasis on positive attitudes and personal responsibility fosters a culture of enthusiasm for learning, encourages students to grow both academically and personally, and reflects positively on her school, district, and the broader community. And whereas Taylor's contributions extend beyond the classroom through her involvement in school and district initiatives, her commitment to professional development, and her dedication to creating a safe and supportive learning environment for all. And whereas Taylor's dedication to education reflects her commitment to academic excellence and the development of future leaders, her classroom is a place of encouragement where students are inspired to reach their full potential. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and the council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Taylor Belote on her selection as the February 2026 Teacher of the Month by Edmond Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Taylor, for your amazing service. And District Teacher of the Year is a pretty big deal, so we're just honored you could spend some time with us this morning. This is a resolution, so I'm going to see if we can get a motion and a second to pass it. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously. Well, Taylor, again, thank you for the service you provide to our young people. It is the most important calling we have in our city, and we'd love to hear a few words from you, if you don't mind. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Holt. I'm so grateful to the city for recognizing educators and the work that we do. Teaching is so much more than just a job. It's a daily commitment to nurture the potential that we see in our kids, and it means so much to me to be honored for a job that I love so much. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Taylor. All right, that concludes Office of the Mayor. There are no items from council, so we'll proceed to item 5, City Manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have three items actually on, only a presentation on one. This is on the Healthy Minds Initiative, and we've got visitors that are here today with us from Healthy Minds Policy Initiative to be able to make a presentation. Andrea Grayson leads our public safety partnership, and we've done this in partnership. It's as a part, it relates back to our public safety partnership, but this is an initiative that really brings together leaders across the community to be a part of this, and so I really appreciate the work here to really assess the landscape of mental health care throughout our community and potential future plans. I'll let Andrea give us a quick introduction here and introduce our guests who will present the report.
Yes. Good morning, City Manager, Mayor, and Council. My name is Andrea Grayson. I'm the Implementation Program Manager for the Public Safety Partnership. As you all know, the Public Safety Partnership's primary responsibility is the implementation of the 39 recommendations that were brought to you all in spring of 2022. A lot of those are related to mental health. So as we were the successful implementation of those recommendations really depend on our collaborative relationship with police, fire, council, and our community stakeholders. One of those community stakeholders in those partnerships is with Healthy Minds Policy Initiative. They provide consultation, best practices to Oklahoma leaders, people that are committed to improving the mental health of Oklahoma City. As we move forward with our implementation of the recommendations, we required a lot of guidance in the area of mental health, and we work with Healthy Minds quite a bit. Their Director of Community Services is our lead facilitator for the Crisis Intervention Advisory Group, which you all are familiar with. They've worked with us on the design and development of mobile integrated health care, and I could go on and on. We really have a great partnership with them. So I'd like to introduce to you Zach Stoikoff with Healthy Minds. He's a president and CEO of Healthy Minds. He's going to discuss with us today the results of the OKC mental health assessment.
All right. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to present this this morning. We really appreciate this partnership with the City of Oklahoma City and many community partners who've come together around this problem. And really what we started with was a question about 2 years ago is what do we do about mental health in Oklahoma City? It seems to be a question that's been on everybody's mind. We ask it around the boardroom. We ask it around United Way. So United Way ended up funding Healthy Minds Policy Initiative to start the process of convening leaders and starting the process of looking at mountains of data to figure out what is the game plan for mental health in Oklahoma City. We've been talking about criminal justice reform in Oklahoma City for a number of years. We've been talking about violence. We've been talking about all these issues, economic mobility. Mental health is a common thread between each of them, and we really do have to figure out next steps. So about the needs assessment that Healthy Minds conducted with our partners, we brought together dozens of community leaders and stakeholders, folks who understand the issues. We did look at mountains of data from Medicaid claims to jail and hospital data. We looked at really bringing together the leaders in the city who had a stake in the issue. And we say that everybody has a stake in the issue because mental health is an education issue and it's an economic issue. When you talk about the number one reason people don't seek employment is disability, the number one cause of disability is mental health. You can trace really every issue back to this. And so therefore, we were joined really quickly, I mentioned United Way of Central Oklahoma, has then partnered with the Inasmuch Foundation, the City of Oklahoma City, and also the Oklahoma City Community Foundation to continue the work. And fast forward to today, excuse me, we've got dozens of partners who have participated in understanding these issues. They've looked at the data with us. They've looked at the data in work groups and in a planning council that we've convened, the Oklahoma City Leadership, Mental Health Leadership Team. Dozens and dozens of organizations. I won't bore you to go through the list, but you can see some of the names here. And let's get to some of the findings. So what we found in Oklahoma City is really what we find in many major cities across America, but really the data show it's more acute in Oklahoma City than we tend to see, is that we have a mismatch and a misalignment of services. We have individuals in our community who have highly complex needs and really no services aligned to those needs. So we can have outpatient therapy, we can have inpatient beds, but there's really a whole spectrum of services in between that we are frankly lacking. These might be multidisciplinary teams. These might be home-based and community-based services that are intended to provide a little bit more than therapy, but we don't necessarily need to lock you away for years. You can live and be a productive member of society with just a little extra support. And the first indication that something is wrong in Oklahoma City is this chart in front of you now. So what we have seen in recent years, and this is this is not special in Oklahoma City, nationwide post-pandemic, there was an increase in mental health crisis. And in Oklahoma City, we certainly saw that as the case. Unfortunately, in Oklahoma City, the crisis is being absorbed in the wrong places. Again, a misalignment of resources. So what we have seen is a spike in emergency room visits that has really continued to this day. even though we are now several years past the pandemic. And really, the crisis system that is designed for mental health services, those are our urgent recovery centers and crisis stabilization units. OKIC in Oklahoma City is an example of this, have not increased their clients. So we are seeing essentially that this increase is being absorbed in the wrong place. And the emergency room is generally the wrong place for a mental health crisis. Now, it's a good place if there's nothing else to do. If there's nowhere else to go, you will be safe in an emergency room, but you're probably going to be waiting in a bed, waiting for an inpatient bed to open up. You're not necessarily connected to ongoing services. And it's a particularly expensive way to do this. So we can save money by funneling folks to the appropriate level of care and get better outcomes. We should do that. We also have some issues in Oklahoma City around those with serious mental illness getting services. So through the state-funded system, we're seeing only about 31% of Oklahoma City residents who have a serious mental illness are receiving appropriate treatment, 31%. So we could really go down the list of these sort of gaps that we notice in the community. And here's one example of that is geographic availability of services. So the 5 shaded zip codes on this map are the zip codes of highest social vulnerability in Oklahoma City. Those are the zip codes that we would expect to see larger mental health need because we have larger food insecurity, historically underserved populations, and the list goes on, highly socially vulnerable communities. And the dots in the squares on this map represent community mental health safety net centers and addiction recovery centers safety net centers. So these are the facilities that are really designed to catch you in your most vulnerable condition, and you may or may not have ability to pay for services. These facilities are largely not located in the 5 zip codes of highest need. The 2 zip codes of highest need are really just southwest of downtown Stockyards area, south of Bethany West. And that is where really our implementation committees have started to hone in, and I'll talk about that in a moment. A few other examples of what we see in the Oklahoma City data. I mentioned that 31% of Oklahoma City residents with serious mental illness receive services. We also have a particularly effective program called Programs of Assertive Community Treatment. Think of it as like a mobile hospital unit that's cheaper than a hospital unit, that stays with an individual a little bit longer, that provides them multidisciplinary care. There are decades of research into this particular model being effective, cost-effective, and really effective for outcomes and living well. We see that only about a quarter of Oklahoma City residents eligible for this service are receiving this service. So the committees have really noticed this as a major gap. Shockingly, and this chart shows you a more shocking statistic, that of the about 15,000 residents in Oklahoma City with an opioid use disorder, only about 4% are receiving medications for opioid use disorder through the traditional safety net system. This is particularly concerning because really everybody with this condition would likely need medication in an evidence-based way. And if you look just up the turnpike in the assessments we've done of Tulsa, we see that Tulsa has about 50% of the need being met here. So we're 4% in Oklahoma City. So we've got to talk about that. Children, youth, and families. This is not simply an adult problem, right? So children, youth, and families post-pandemic, again, we've seen some hospitals in the state in 2020, 2021, 2022, more than double the number of children showing up in the emergency room with mental health issues. And in Oklahoma City, we were not unique in seeing that as well. The data that you're looking at in this chart is showing you the emergency room visits for children under 18 on Medicaid related to behavioral health. So we've seen an uptick. In fact, we've seen about 20% increase in children accessing emergency room services for behavioral health issues. Again, not really the best place to do it, but if there's nowhere else, then we do want you to go there. But at the same time, we've seen children accessing the traditional children's mental health system through those safety net providers about 25% less. So let's look at this. 25% decrease in children accessing care through appropriate means, 20% increase in children accessing care through really desperate means. And we don't want to see that. And our school children are certainly seeing the effects of this. In fact, school data is often where we see the effects of community mental health issues really rearing its head, whether it's behavioral challenges or things like that. In a classroom of 20, in a typical Oklahoma City classroom, our data indicate that about 16 of those 20 kids have depressive symptoms, and 2 of those 20 kids have considered suicide. All right, so we've got some significant challenges here. Layering on top of all of this is, of course, that Oklahoma City is unfortunately built as a city that's really not geographically conducive to mental wellness in some respects. And what I mean by that, I'll throw in an example. About 38% of Oklahoma City's schools are within 2/3 of a mile of an alcohol outlet. But 1/3 of Oklahoma City's schools are more than 2 miles away from a park. Now let's talk about parks. 51% of public parks in Oklahoma City are within 2/3 of a mile of an alcohol outlet. So there are some risk factors associated with where our children are that provide those opportunities for substance use in an inappropriate way. And we've got to talk about that. We know that I think about 20% of Oklahoma City residents, if I remember the data, are food insecure. 48% of renters in Oklahoma City are spending 30% or more on their income on rent, so they are housing insecure. There are basic needs issues that we certainly have to talk about and address as we talk about mental health issues. This has been these data points are maybe a little bit unfortunate and can leave us feeling defeated, but I do want to talk about the strengths in Oklahoma City. Can we go back a slide? Sorry. The strengths in Oklahoma City. We do have robust providers who are doing amazing programs, amazing work, that have been at the table and are talking about ways to, for example, expand programs of assertive community treatment. We've got school districts that are implementing evidence-based solutions for tiering support services to children. We've got new dollars associated with opioid settlement funds and other things that are funding services. We have opportunity. We have opportunity right now because the state is now funding an additional community mental health center to come into Oklahoma City. We've got a wonderful partnership brewing with Hope Community Services that will expand care really in these South Oklahoma City areas that we just talked about, those zip codes. So we have opportunity, and this is the perfect time for the community to be talking about these. Following the assessment, we have now formed work groups of all of these community partners, dozens of folks that I just mentioned, who are honing in on the recommendations. So the 5 that we've talked about: removing structural and systemic barriers to care, diverting residents to appropriate care, again, not the ER, not jail when appropriate, addressing missing intensive community-based services, those like PACT, investing in children and youth and strengthening communities, and meeting residents' basic needs. This is going to be a multi-year process to achieve transformational outcomes in Oklahoma City, but I want to be very clear, we're talking about slow and steady wins the race here. I mean, these are generational challenges, and there will be generational fixes. But as we move forward, we're going to get some wins. We're going to talk about where does a community need assertive community treatment? Where in these 2 most vulnerable zip codes do children need services the most? And can we draw down some precious federal dollars, which certainly still do exist, although less than they have in the past, to meet the needs of our community? Where do we talk about all these things? And we're going to have a plan. We're going to have folks who are accountable to that plan. We're going to have organizations who are assigned certain areas of responsibility. And then Healthy Minds with the continued partnership of Oklahoma City, and again, thank you for that partnership, and other leaders, philanthropic sector and others, will continue to serve as a backbone entity, really playing quarterback on this. Healthy Minds does nothing on our own accord. We're facilitators, we're conveners, we're bringers of data, we evaluate. But we are really here to cheer on the community and ensure that this process unfolds and those outcomes are tracked and accountable. We are, just to kind of wrap up with this point, and I'm happy to take any questions, we are really going to have a plan in Oklahoma City. This is an assessment, and I know a number of us have been around these tables. We've seen an assessment go on a shelf and sit there. This is the first step. This is the dot on the map of where we are. The plan is, the multi-year effort is, how do we achieve the outcomes for our residents? And I'm truly confident that we will get there. I thank you for your time and happy to entertain questions.
What's the timeline for the plan? When will it be prepared?
So the plan is underway. We expect to have a formal plan this spring, and then we'll have short-term goals and long-term goals beyond that.
And then you'll come back and present that to us in the spring?
We would love to.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. When I got you all sent a lovely email with the whole plan back a few months ago, and I read through it and just have not had a chance to follow up. But I'm curious to know, are you all planning to do a similar presentation with the OKCPS school board or the district at all? Recognizing, knowing most of those zip codes are squarely within my ward. I'm aware of a handful of schools that have had very acute mental health needs that have been communicated to me over the years, and just thinking about what those opportunities are to, like you mentioned, the school-based services to really support those needs.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Can I clarify that question? Is the question, are we presenting this to the Oklahoma City School Board or partnering with the district?
Yeah, kind of what is the plan, I guess, to partner? I assume you all do have a plan to engage them, but I'm just kind of curious what that looks like.
Yeah, Thank you for the question. As we know, Oklahoma City Brace has been a mental health-centric plan for a number of years to focus on tiered supports in Oklahoma City schools, and the district has been very supportive of this process, both in sharing data, collaborating with our team. They're part of the work groups and the leadership team that has been assembled, so we anticipate that moving forward, and we'll be actively looking at opportunities to provide funding for that district to implement some of the plan, and so that'll all be part of that implementation strategy as well.
May I follow up on that? And I'm grateful for that question. Thanks for being here and for the work. When you presented to a group of us, I think a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I asked a similar question to Councilor Hammond. And if I'm being honest, I'm a bit, I see further opportunities for how to address the question that Councilor Hammond asked. Specifically, when I asked about OKCPS and I asked about adverse childhood experience data that's in this report, the response I received is that Embrace OKC exists, which is wonderful. I want to drill down, because I didn't want to take up everyone's time that day, but now that we're in public, why not? Embrace OKC is a wonderful start. However, when I went to Northwest Classen at the request of Northwest Classen high school students about 2 years ago, they tell me that, not that they don't know what Embrace OKC is, because that was the response I received, is that it's okay if someone doesn't know what Embrace OKC is, so long as they're receiving the service. I have terrible news for everybody. Most of the students do not know, and I can already see nodding heads from young people in this crowd. Most of the students do not know about the services. They have no awareness of the services. And as your report makes very clear, there is I would go as far as say, desperate need for those services. So I'm excited. People pulled me aside afterwards, particularly with Hope, and I would, city manager, request that at least for me, I would love to have a meeting with Hope. There were a couple people from OKCPS who are responsible for the mental health counselors in the schools. I'd love to sit with them. And beyond that, I'd like to collaborate with you all, specifically as it relates to going school by school by school in Ward 2, elementary, middle, and high school, to make sure we are doing what we can to make those students aware of not just the services, but how they might access those services. It's life or death. It is, as your report makes very clear. I am obsessed with this issue as a former teacher, which sometimes I am to understand the fact that I raised that annoys people, they'll be like, oh, he always mentions that he was a school teacher. Yes, yes, I do, because they are my priority. These students are my priority. I will always mention that I come from that background. So whatever I can do, city manager, whatever we can do to get into school by school by school, and we're gonna have to be creative because something's broken. And even though there's such a great partnership between the district, the foundation, the chamber, the people in need of the service are not aware of it, and they're not accessing it. And so we need to figure out how we are better activating the counselors who are in those schools to be mental health counselors and not administrating tests, because that's too often what they're doing. And I'll conclude by saying this. When I say I'm obsessed, I mean last night I literally had a dream, my unconscious mind, where I was back at Jefferson Middle School where I was teaching. And like those kids, it was like a struggle to figure out how to navigate that school. And so, put me in, coach, I'm ready to do it, but I'm telling you, we cannot just sit on laurels and say, we have this in place, isn't that great? It's a start, but it's not all we need.
Yep. Thank you, Counselor. Totally agree. It's not all we need. And by the way, your passion is infectious, and I appreciate you willing to come off the bench because we will use you. So thank you.
Just real quickly before you leave, there are some programs out there that are being made. So if you would please reach out to me later this week or something, be more than happy to share those with you. See what you think.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work and your leadership.
Thank you.
So the other two reports that we have on investment, the quarterly investment report, and we're happy to answer any questions. I do want to recognize our finance department and treasury staff, city treasurer's office, and the work that they do. I really appreciate their effort and their work in protecting funds, making sure that we've got funds that are available when we need to, and then making sure we're making the returns that we can on those invested funds. So I appreciate their work. And then we've got claims and payroll on that can be found on okc.gov. That's all that we have.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Item 6 are the Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7, request for uncontested continuances. Already listed on the agenda is item 11H, which will be withdrawn. Is there anything else, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, beginning on page 4, item 9G. We're going to defer this item to the 24th. And then on page 5, item 9I. We'll strike this item and bring this back later. We need to make some changes on the contract, and so we'll just strike this item and bring this back to council later. And then on page 16, 11J1, item A, this is under unsecured structures. We're going to strike this item from the agenda. It's item A, 836 East Drive, the owner has secured. And that's all the items that I have.
Okay.
City Manager.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I heard I. Did I hear you correctly and say that under the consent docket, item G as well, is in George?
Yes, that one's deferred.
Deferred.
To defer to the 24th. The other one we're going to strike and bring it back with a new contract, with an amended contract.
Thank you, sir.
All right, item 8, revocable permits and events. Item 8A is a revocable permit with Taylor Racing Operations for the Bear Lake Cross Country, February 28th through March 1st, 4899 North Air Depot. And we have Mike Lorenz here.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Back again for this year's events. We did 2 last year, one in the spring and our November event at Lost Lakes. This is a brand new one up on the north end of what we are calling the north end of the property, up around 50th or so is if there were a cross street there. I have partnered with another group so that we're doing 4 events this year, all in different parts of that property along the river there, and really utilizing a great piece of land that doesn't have a lot of uses, and maintaining the natural piece of it. And we're trying to clean up a little bit too while we're in there, finding what we can with trash and stuff that just floated in on the river, and clean it up as we find it. So really appreciate the support we've had, and after we moved our first event here almost 3 years ago, and looking forward to the continued growth. Any questions? I'm here.
Councilman Payton?
Thank you, Mayor. Sounds exciting. Looking forward to it. I think I was supposed to race with Councilman Stone, wasn't I?
Yes, yeah, that was the plan, and I know it was really cold in November.
And I can't do the cold, so maybe now.
Maybe we can do that. And I'll actually be back here probably in about a month, because we've got a April event scheduled as well. So.
All right. So, well, I'm going to move to approve of the permit.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
8B is a joint revocable permit with the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust and Red Coyote Running and Fitness to hold the Red Coyote Puppy Love 5K at Lake Hefner on February 22nd. And we have Melissa Hodgson.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm here for the Red Coyote Puppy Love 5K. It starts at 2 p.m. on February 22nd at Stars and Stripes Park. It runs east down to close to the Children's Park, turns around and comes back. And as always, it will benefit the 405 rescue. That's really all I have. Any questions?
I don't know that I have any questions, but I believe this is the third year that you guys are doing this, or has it been longer?
I believe it's the fourth year.
Fourth year?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, 3 years present. This will be the fourth on this one, right? And that's, okay, so Councilman Stonecipher, Cooper, if you guys have anything to say, if not, we're just excited to be a part of it and see you guys do it again, so thank you.
Thank you.
Move for approval?
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
You wish to vote aye, Ward 8? Seem to have had a crash up here. Okay, so we've got ayes from 4, 5, and 8. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to recess the council now and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through J we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Yes, please.
You're still hung up. Have you refreshed?
I just did.
Okay. All right. Ward 8's a yes.
I'm an aye as well.
As is Ward 4. Passes unanimously. All right. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through D we could take up with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Back in business. Passes unanimously. All right, we'll adjourn OCPPA, where we are now back on the council docket, and we'll reconvene the council meeting at page 4 of your printed agenda. Item 9, the consent docket. Item G was deferred. Item I was struck. We do have a presentation that will cover AX through BC, all bond issue related items, and also a presentation on BU. Is there anything else that a council member wishes to pull out for separate vote, comment, question?
Yes, Mayor. Item A, please.
A.
And would love to hear from Chief Basie or Assistant City Manager Fairbrush about it.
Also, M, I need to recuse.
M.
M is in Mary?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else? Hearing none, we'll take them in order, which means, of course, we'll start with item A. Councilman Pennington.
There were concerns that were mentioned at the previous council meeting about the way in which this software is used by the police department. Councilwoman Hammond and I met with IT leadership and Chief Basie regarding our concerns about the way in which data is collected, the way in which data is shared. And so I think the real concern that the public shared about the way we're sharing data actually had to do with item G, not with item A. So I'm wondering if we could just hear exactly what this software is for item A, and of course we'll address those privacy concerns whenever item G comes back.
Of course. Good morning, everyone. Deputy Chief Jason Samuel, Police Department. This item involves the online reporting tool, which is part of the 21CP request. It involves, it's a closed portal which allows the community to make online reports, which goes into our system, and then we can continue that investigation. They're held for 90 days. After the 90 days, the system's purged, and we continue that report through the system, through the normal investigation. It also involves the online complaint and compliment reporting, so the community can make online reports as far as complaints or even compliments on the actions of the officers. And then also it includes the awareness notification form, which allows residents to make notification to the police department if there's a specific thing that we need to know about at a residence, whether it's an autistic child or if there's certain instances where a house, may be involving someone with dementia and things like that. So.
Thank you. So this, again, the system is just for people making reports, reports about police reports. It also allows the public to have information about criminal data in their area.
Correct.
And do we have any commitments to, or any agreements to share this data with the federal government, with the state government, or anything like that? You already shared that the data is purged after 90 days, but.
Correct. No, sir. This is a completely closed portal system, so it only allows input into the system, and then the only thing that would be go into is if someone notifies about their residence, we'll put that into our dispatch CAD system, so officers are aware, or the fire department's aware if they're responding to a call. There'll be notes in that, but it is not shared with any other entities.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
We did have a resident who signed up on this item, Anna Nathanson.
Good morning. My name is Anna Nathanson. I'm a civil rights attorney, and I've been tracking LexisNexis's work with ICE since 2019. ICE has stated LexisNexis data is mission critical for conducting deportations. Those are deportations of people who are our neighbors. We should not be coordinating with a partner like LexisNexis that is helping kidnap our neighbors. Every day here in Oklahoma City right now, ICE is stopping work vans and kidnapping men who are just trying to go to work. This is devastating their children, families, and communities. Do you know what it feels like for something to come between you and your child? Our city should not be adding to this pain by partnering with a company so closely entwined with ICE. Regarding Accurant, there have been claims that OKCP's data isn't being shared with federal agencies, but this isn't credible on its face from how the data sharing works. The core functionality of the platform is that if you participate, all the data is shared with all the other users, including ICE. Again, ICE has called this data mission critical to its operations, and LexisNexis is a private corporation known for acquiring data in somewhat sketchy ways and sharing it. It is a creepy software that tracks information about all our friend and family connections. It is used to avoid getting warrants and infringe on civil liberties. Regarding the desk officer reporting software, it is another data collection tool, not truly a policing tool to solve crimes. The creator of the LexisNexis desk officer reporting software has himself stated that the purpose is not to help officers solve petty crimes, it is just to create data about them. This does not solve any problems for people in our city. This product is a waste of our resources when we have other ways to report crimes. Petty crimes are mostly crimes of desperation from harsh economic conditions, and this money would be better put towards feeding, housing, or educating people. I would also like to point out that it doesn't really make sense that the data is being shared with the public and also purged after 90 days. Partnering with LexisNexis is as bad as partnering with ICE. It makes you part of the terror happening in our country and our city right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is item M. Councilman Hinkle. Oh, you want a separate vote? Got it. All right, we'll take a vote on this. Sorry, I didn't catch that the first time. All right, if we could get a motion on item 9M. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we are at the presentation for the bond items, starting at 9AX and going through BC, but it'll just be kind of one presentation.
So Angela Pierce, our finance director, is here with us. She'll also touch on AW, which is a refunding. So AW is a GO bond refunding, and then AX through BC are all related to the 2026 GO bond sale. Angela?
Yes, good morning. Angela Pierce, Finance Director. Today's a really exciting day for me and also for all of Oklahoma City because this kicks off our 2026 GO bond sale season. So we have $240 million in new money transactions. This is your last sale from your 2017 authorization, and it also has pieces of the first sale for your 2025 authorization as well. I want to take a moment to point out this is our largest GO bond sale in history, and that's thanks to our voters. So I just want to take a moment to appreciate them and their confidence that they have in Oklahoma City. So today I'm talking to you about 4 different sales. The top 3 listed on this slide here compose the $240 million of new money sales. We've got $135 million in tax exempt, $80 million in taxable, and $25 million in GOLT funds. The 4th sale that I'm talking to you about today is $98 million, and that's a refunding bond. That will refund our 2014 and our 2018 bond series. Just to remind you, a refunding is similar to refinancing your house. And so when market conditions improve, you can get a better interest rate. That reduces your borrowing costs and will result in savings for Oklahoma City. So that's something we monitor along the way and will continue to monitor up until the sale date. Right now, the projected savings on that's about $6 million. And so we find that to be worthwhile to pursue that transaction. Just to talk to you a little bit about our timeline, of course, we're here today with 7 agenda items. Each of our new money transactions has an accompanying ordinance and resolution. Those are going to set your sale date and allow us to move forward with our financing plan. Later this month, we're going to go before the bond rating agencies and request that refreshed bond rating. That's Moody's and Standard & Poor's. Then on March 21st, that's the big exciting day. That's going to be when we actually sell those transactions, the first 3, and we'll conduct the sale. March 24th will also be the public hearing for the refunding bonds, which will be sold after March 24th. And that sale date's not known exactly because we monitor market conditions along the way. And so with that, I would take any questions.
All right, thank you, Angela.
Thank you. Well, we know what a massive task this is, and it's years in the making, so very grateful for all the work. Okay, then I guess we have a presentation on item BU.
Yes. David Todd, our MAPS program manager, will give us a quick introduction and introduce our speaker to discuss this report.
David Todd, MAPS program manager. Good morning. As part of the MAPS 4 program, we have money that goes to homelessness, and we have a partner with that program. And our partner is Oklahoma City Housing Authority. And today, as required by their agreement, they are presenting their annual report. Mark Gillett is here to go through that report with you.
Good morning, Mayor Holt, City Manager Freeman, members of the council. I am Mark Gillett. I'm the Executive Director at the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. Central offices at 1700 Northeast 4th Street. I'd like to start this morning's MAPS 4 annual report with a first for Oklahoma City. An individual, all named Joe, has moved into Dorset Place after experiencing homelessness. Before being connected to the Veterans Administration, Joe would spend an entire Social Security check on an unsafe motel with rodents. Joe was unable to sleep and most times unable to eat because Joe couldn't afford food. Since moving into Dorset Place, the first permanent supportive housing program for veterans in Oklahoma City, Joe's life has completely changed. He now has a clean and safe home. He has affordable rent. He has a guaranteed meal each day and support from the Housing Authority and from the Veterans Administration. But most importantly, he has support from his neighbors who live with him at Dorset Place and have experienced similar situations in the past. Joe says having a home has given him peace, dignity, and security. This is what Maps for Homelessness can do for our community. So just to remind you of the previous slideshow, we have 500 units of supportive housing that are going to be built over the 10 years, 1,500 units of renovated public housing, and 150 units of workforce housing over the 10 years. The slide you're looking at now is the map of the locations. You can see that the first identified 7 locations are spread out over various wards in Oklahoma City. That's our goal. So let's talk about the first allocation. The first allocation was $10.7 million. That covers Oak Grove, Creston Park, the supportive housing project called Vita Nova, the motel at 1800 Northeast Reno, and then the supportive housing project, Dorset Place, that we just told you about, Joe. So let's look at Dorset Place specifically. 37 units are in our first building there. These are pictures from our open house that was held back in October. Thank you to several of you who attended that. The occupancy started in August. The number 22 is incorrect because people keep moving in. This morning there are 28 folk living at Dorset Place. We're really excited about that, and we'll open up phase 2 hopefully later this year, and that'll be an additional 33 units that'll be available. One of the most important parts about Maps for Homelessness was the leveraging. We got $55 million over 10 years. That's to be leveraged against $400 million. And so we wanted to show you a picture of our leveraging. So you see the first allocation of $10.7 million. If you take out the pre-development fund and the administration, we have $8.9 million going into projects. And we're leveraging that right now currently against $113 million. So it's doing its job leveraging affordable housing funds in Oklahoma City. Then you see our allocation for allocation number 2, also $10.7 million. You'll see the first project there listed is Will Rogers Courts. Will Rogers Courts is a very important project in Oklahoma City right now because of a choice neighborhood application. We're going to be meeting with you individually over the next couple of weeks, and then 2 weeks from today, we're going to bring the choice neighborhood application back to you. So just remember that MAPS does help with Will Rogers Courts, right now $2.5 million. We also have the supportive housing project number 3 with We Host Alliance. That was also on your agenda this morning. And so we have $1.3 million going to We Host Alliance. And then Shiloh Apartments, which is in far southwest Oklahoma City, will be our first workforce housing location. So then how do we leverage in allocation 2? Again, that same $8.9 million because you take out pre-development and you take out administration. We are leveraging that right now at $52 million simply because we don't have all of the projects identified at this time, but that leverage number will go up tremendously also. And then we look at our schedule. You can see that a lot of work is being done this year in the 4 quarters of 26. The majority of our construction, majority of our move-in is going on now. Oak Grove does go out to 2028, but the rest of those will be finished in about 1 year. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce you to Andrea Guevara. Andrea is the communications specialist at the Oklahoma City Housing Authority, and she's going to run through a couple of slides. Can you go back one?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Andrea Guevara. I'm the communication strategist for the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. HUD requires OSHA to have an audit done every year by an independent firm. This year, that firm was CLA. CLA identified a couple of findings. However, OSHA has developed responses and corrective action plans. OSHA has complied with the compliance requirements of each of its major federal programs. No audit findings concern the MUDS funding. A copy of this audit was sent to the city as the state requires to, and there's also a copy attached to the MAP's annual report. OSHA has a variety of methods to obtain resident comments, such as phone, line, web-based reporting system, annual meetings, and an annual survey done by a third party. This year, that company was ETC. The ETC survey showed a 78% of residents that felt overall satisfaction with the Housing Authority. It was our third year completing the survey, and the results have stayed consistent throughout these years. Thank you. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
I do have a few questions. In particular, I believe you are presenting on the choice neighborhoods in a few weeks. You mentioned that the application would be before us.
Yes,
I won't be at that meeting, so I wanted to take this opportunity to ask a few questions related to that. I'm sure you'll go into much more detail at that time, but I wanted to, because you had mentioned that the sort of total of leverage funds for the Will Rogers Courts project application was sort of TBD based on that application cycle. Can you share what the anticipated total for kind of what the plan is asking for as far as rehabbing and adding more units to that area, what that kind of total development cost is estimated to be?
Sure. So choice neighborhood application, Westwood Exchange, think about that interchange in South Central Oklahoma City. So choice neighborhood, the HUD funding is $26 million is the maximum amount you can receive. That amount is typically $50 million. We're a little bit disappointed about that, but we're going for the application anyway. So that will leverage a complete rebuild of the Will Rogers Courts public housing development over 8 years. That is the oldest public housing project that we have in Oklahoma City. It will also involve the neighborhood from the Wheeler District all the way over to Stockyard City, from north at the river to south about 25th Street. So that geographic area is what we're talking about. So total development costs is, $150, $200 million at this point. We're still finalizing that. The application's due March the 5th. And we're working hard with the developer, who is called Brinshaw, and they're a specialist in choice neighborhood, and then also with a couple of consulting firms. HUD doesn't let the Housing Authority be the main force behind a choice implementation. It also has to be the city, and then all of the developers, and so the private developers are the ones that come in and redevelop the neighborhood and work with the residents that live there. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yeah, and I think in particular, highlighting that, can you go back a few slides to the one with yes, this one. So for maps for that project, we've allocated $2.5 million. We could potentially get up to $26 million from the federal government, and that leaves a lot more, right? That being able to both improve the habitability of the units that for the current residents that live at Will Rogers, who are currently living without central AC or heat, as well as difficulty with a lot of the units the bathrooms are only upstairs. So if you have mobility issues, it's really not ADA accessible. They also don't have shower attachments, so folks are usually having to go buy those, kind of DIY shower attachments that they hook into their tub. Because this is just a really old apartment complex that was built, I believe, as like military barracks back in the 20s or 30s. And it's sort of just sort of languished, I would say, because we really haven't dedicated the resources to improving our public housing at large, but in particular, like you mentioned, this is the oldest housing stock that our public housing stock has. So I just kind of want to highlight that huge gap that we experience. And like you mentioned, can you talk more about where you said usually it's up to $50 million we can get? And is that just HUD / some budget was cut? Was that a HUD thing? Was that through some congressional action? Can you talk about why that is such a lower number this year?
So it's choices included in the allocation that Congress approves and then assigns to HUD. And so there is $75 million available for Choice Neighborhood. 3 applications. Yes, that math doesn't really work, but there'll be 3 applications awarded this year. We feel like we have a really good chance, a really good partnership with the school. The city has been an amazing partner in this, the Housing Authority a partner, and then also several businesses and other groups that live around Westwood Exchange.
And how many units are currently at Will Rogers?
So there's 348 units at Will Rogers Courts. The majority of those are 1 and 2 bedroom. And so we'll be replacing those. There'll be some other larger bedroom sizes off-site that we'll talk with you about in the individual meetings, and then also a couple weeks from now.
Yeah, so I wanted to call that out, particularly since I won't be here in a few weeks due to a work trip that I can't avoid, because I've sort of followed this process since, I want to say, was that like May or June of 2023 maybe, that we applied for this planning grant. And just hearing from the residents there through the resident meetings and sort of the process of sort of dreaming what could be for this, not just, I think, the residents at Will Rogers, but the neighborhood at large. They were asking for some very basic things that I think between the consultants and some of the Housing Authority staff that were involved, there was some needing to help envision something bigger, like a bigger dream versus just like, I'd like a shower head that's built into the wall. I'd like more storage in our units because the way that these are built and what they were meant to be used for is just very limited for the needs of today and just kind of having families, all that. So just want to really emphasize how difficult these projects can be when it's great that we have this local funding, but this is kind of why I've constantly beat the drum of we need more local funding because we cannot really rely that year to year the federal government is going to continue making these projects possible for us. And so recognizing that we still have this huge gap to fill even after the MAPS allocation, even after hopefully a successful grant application, is just kind of shows kind of how dire the needs are. And this is just one housing complex in the Housing Authority portfolio, let alone, a lot of other housing needs that we have in the city owned by private or nonprofit entities, et cetera, that are trying to provide truly affordable housing because they're not taking a profit off of the housing stock. So thank you for indulging me on that and for the report. And I hope that we can be thinking about ways that we can create to fill that hole that exists, not just for Will Rogers, but I think our housing needs at large. So thank you.
Thank you for that opportunity to highlight that incredible program.
Mark, one question.
Yes.
Communications Director.
Yes.
Reference. Could I get a copy of that? Just email it to Debbie Martin.
Sure.
And number 2, can you send me the accounting firm that was engaged? Can you send me the contact person with that firm?
I will.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Could you remind us the fact that this is the oldest? What is the amount or how many times have the state or local government stepped in to help with the funding of public housing, or of replenishing our public housing stock, of updating it? Like, is it, well, go ahead.
So there has not been a lot of involvement from the state or the local governments to help renovate public housing, but also there's not been a lot of help from the Fed government either. There's been a study recently released. It's $169 billion to renovate all the public housing nationwide, and so just an insurmountable task. And so we're working hard to leverage the MAPS funding. That's been a tremendous benefit to the Housing Authority to be able to explore and to be able to look at Will Rogers Courts, which is a program, a facility that has a lot of need. Councilman Hammond talked about the fact there's only bathtubs upstairs, and no showers in this facility at all. And so just a total change from what society expected back in the 20s to what, 1920, to now. And so we have a tremendous opportunity to utilize this partnership going forward.
Thank you for walking us through that. In the previous bond sale presentation, the gratitude we heard from our finance director to voters with the bond, because there's that $50 million there. Yes. I think it's worth a similar gratitude for MAPS 4 voters, because these two moments represent such a historic intervention from this level of government in housing. And there were just decades after decades of not. And then at the federal level, just this dismissal. And I would suggest at the federal level, it is not insurmountable. They could be looking at their budgets much more carefully. Finding ways for a shower head, I don't even know where to begin for that. So that's my critique of that level of government, and my gratitude to voters at this level of government and city leadership for intervening. And to Councilwoman Hammond's point, we have a lot more, I think, intervention to do. So.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Mark. All right, that concludes the consent docket. We can now take a vote on the remaining items. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 10 is the concurrence docket. We have items A through N. We could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. What's Ward? Ward 3. Passes unanimously. All right, item 11A, or item 11 are items for individual consideration. Item 11A is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval rezoning 200 South Richland Road from AA to PUD 2090. Councilwoman Avers, no one has signed up to speak.
All right, first of all, I'd like to say it's good to be back. Being out of session for 2 sessions is a heavy lift. And today is my 1-year anniversary of being an elected official. So I wasn't sworn in for a couple months after this date, but it is election day. For those of you that have not yet voted, I'll have to scurry over there after all of our meetings today. So this PUD has given me some challenges, but I've been working diligently with Mr. Box, and I've actually been receiving emails even through today asking questions from neighboring residents. It is an area surrounded on all sides by agricultural development or 5-acre tracts. And I think that we're moving very much in the right direction. We were able to get a lot of work done this morning. but I am going to make a motion for deferral to the next session, asking for a meeting with the residents that have submitted protests over the last week. So.
Okay. You're the applicant, or representing the applicant?
Yeah, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street. We cannot defer this again. This is one that went to Planning Commission in October 23rd. The item at that stage had been deferred multiple times at the Planning Commission level to work through density concerns that have been raised by the Planning Commission member. We went back and modified lot sizes and modified the overall gross density to be 0.65 dwelling units per acre. What that equates to is a 77 lot development on the 118 acres, which really presents itself as an acre and a half development. Only after we made those modifications was the Planning Commission member for the ward willing to come to the table to support this. On the same docket on October 23rd, there was a comprehensive plan amendment that was also on the docket. It was item right before the PUD. The Planning Commission approved both the comprehensive plan amendment as well as the PUD. This was originally set to go before council, I think, maybe a month or so ago, and we had to get an extension to the contract then. We have no more extensions left in our contract, so we don't have the ability to defer this. We believe, Sarah, would you mind going to the zoning map? We believe that the density proposed is appropriate. If you look at what would be kind of the southeast corner of this map, you'll see PUD 1833, PUD 2001. That'll become more relevant on the next case, but it's worth noting that those PUDs allow for not only commercial but high density multifamily and R1ZL development. So yes, we are surrounded by acreage style development. I would submit that the guardrails we've put in place will ensure that this is an acreage style development, but it is a half mile from multifamily zoning that exists. There were two TEs at the Planning Commission level, and then Commissioner Meek added 2 additional TEs that we agreed to, and the 2 TEs are requiring a spray field easement to be shown on the plat. So this is likely to be a aerobic system, so we are required to have an easement on the plat so that there's no confusion later when a homeowner has it and wants to build something, there's an easement in place. And then finally, allow for an easement in the back of each lot for sanitary sewer and through the low. The low being, of course, where that creek goes through. There, the concern is you don't want to allow a development to come in that would block the ability for sewer to traverse it in the future. And so we have provided for an easement so that the city's sewer main can travel through our site if at some point in the future sewer gets there, as well as the ability for these homes to connect to sewer if and when it gets there. So that's where we're at on this one.
Thank you, David. So one of the things as I ran for office, as I was asked to run for office, was that we improve our infrastructure, that we strengthen our public safety support, and that we have smart development. And this zoning was originally future overlaid, correct? Make sure I say it right, David, for urban development, which had the requirements for city water and city sewer and the other infrastructure assets associated with that. So the change in the comprehensive plan was not driven strategically by city infrastructure investment. It was driven by the developer request. But the neighbors that have brought protests have concerns with increasing essentially the number of holes in the ground from a water perspective, because they are all on well systems, from what would have been a 0 impact on the aquifer and the groundwater system in an urban development, which is what our planning commission and our comprehensive plan had established, to 77 groundwater wells in an area that is only serviced currently by groundwater systems. So one of the things that David and I were even navigating this morning, or Mr. Box and I were navigating this morning, was the access to city water resources or rural water resources, as there are lines that could be accessed for this development that would relieve pressure and be in alignment with what we had originally established as our comprehensive plan, and that would not put our neighbors at risk from a water services perspective. And I think water, sewer, road infrastructure, public safety are definitely our fundamental core responsibilities as a city. So if we are in a position that we have to make a decision today without further technical edits, then we're saying there is 77 additional holes are being proposed to go into the ground instead of having a TE for water access to the city. So I think that a TE for water access either to our city water or our rural water makes sense, right? It aligns with smart development and supporting the community that has already built around the groundwater system in that area. This area is also in a zone that from a public safety assessment perspective is designated as beyond rural response times for fire and police. With that framework, I think the expectation would not be to increase density exponentially. And so the adjustments, the request to have 2-acre lots is definitely a significant increase from the 24 that would be allowed under the current zoning or the current agricultural development in the area. So we see a lot of risk tied to this application as it relates to the city's ability to provide services in a way that is smart, in alignment with our infrastructure resources, and really creating an environment that is safe and secure for those that are purchasing homes in that area, as well as those that are in the surrounding area. So those are the positions that I'm in. Like, that's tough, guys. So I did a lot of research on pro-development, because that's one of the things that I think this council, this city, this state have repeatedly, set as part of our core values. And so the thing that often is said is, well, roofs always lead infrastructure investment, and that makes sense. And so, but at what point is it smart? At what point does it overstretch the city's ability to provide services that align with that zoning? So in practice, looking at development from a smart growth rate looks at infrastructure that's available, infrastructure that is funded in the near future. We actually have a GEO bond, we have our impact fee plans, so we can look at what our infrastructure support is. We can look at our staffing levels, our site locations for fire stations and police stations to look at improved response times. And that helps us as a city avoid high-risk conditions where infrastructure is unfunded and many years away. And there are actually national standards tied to what is preferred timing in a pro-development framework, what's acceptable with conditions, right? So having it funded but planned in the future, and really anything that is beyond that 10-year mark and that is unfunded currently in terms of support is considered high risk. So those are the things, those are the pieces that I've been trying to navigate, and obviously we ran out of time this morning, and I was hoping to be able to get to a solution that makes sense for the neighbors, that protects the integrity of the city and the services that we are committing to with these developments, and enable our developers to add more housing to our architecture. So I don't know if you have anything, if anyone else up here has any questions or concerns.
If I may briefly, I mean, one of the issues is, we modified the comp plan. The comprehensive plan did call for this to be urban. And so the argument, it's tough to cut it both ways, because if this was urban, that means we're bringing sewer, we're bringing water. That means we're seeing 6,000 lots at maybe the best on the ground, which would be incompatible, perhaps.
Well, not on 118 acres.
If you brought sewer and water, it'd be an application for R1 single family, which would be 6,000 square foot lots.
I thought you were saying 6,000 houses. I was like, there's no way that would fit on there.
So what we asked for is rural medium, which is what the Planning Commission approved, a gross density of about 1.5 acres, which is more of a rural development type. In terms of the protest, every protest letter we had received until this morning all deals with drainage and runoff. There were some culverts that had not been maintained for quite some time that would back up. And we obviously understand we've got this floodplain that goes through it. And so the new drainage ordinance is more restrictive than previous versions. We actually think we're going to solve a lot of those problems. But I have each of them protest letters in my hand right now, and each of them deal with previous issues that have not been addressed on that particular creek, not water wells or anything. I haven't seen anything related to that. So, this was recommended for approval by Planning Commission after lengthy negotiations with them. This was not one that just flew right through. It was continued several times to work through those issues, where we ultimately arrived at the 0.65 dwelling units per acre with a minimum lot size of 1 acre.
Right. So we already talked about adding TEs to have the lot size transition, right, from...
We can't, and I asked my client, and we can't do that. We can't create large lots next to that, greater than what we've already provided here.
Okay. So really, we're just in a position of denial? Is that where you are wanting to be at?
No, I'm wanting to be at approval. It's a function of, we spent a lot of time negotiating this at Planning Commission, and unfortunately, it's a function of the dirt costs what it costs. There has to be a certain amount of yield out of it. And so within those confines, we worked very hard to get to a density that was both appropriate at a Planning Commission level and also compatible with the comp plan, but also allowed a development to occur. And what that is a 77-lot development.
Right. But our responsibility is to represent the city in terms of making sure that we have the infrastructure and the fire and safety support, and that we have done due diligence to make sure that we are not creating impact on the neighbors in a detrimental way as it relates to water.
Yeah, so on water, much like we provide for an easement to allow sanitary sewer in the future, we can provide a similar easement so that if public water does get there, there's an easement in place. It is worth noting your staff did recommend approval of this application with the 2 TEs, and then we added 2 more at Planning Commission.
Yeah, and they also asked for some of the same things that I've asked for in terms of the lot size density. Is that correct?
They asked for 2 TEs. The first one we agreed to. The second TE, they asked for a max gross density of 0.5. It was negotiated at Planning Commission. Ultimately, Planning Commission fell to 0.65 gross density on a dwelling unit per acre basis.
And no step down to the neighboring communities, no... I really still don't understand the lack of connection to water. Everywhere else, we have that in our PUDs where it is reasonable and accessible. And this area is within that. And yet, the applicant is suggesting that the only solution is for us to drill 77 water wells in an area that for the last 50 years has been planned to have 20 water wells.
We can provide an easement so that each lot has the ability to access it if it ever gets there.
How far away is water?
A mile.
How much does that cost to bring to the area?
$700,000.
And this is on the corner or the edge of our city limits. So any development that we put at the edge of a city limit, we have an MOU with neighboring cities, with the county for police service, fire service, things along those lines if needed, just like they do with us if whoever gets there first or whatever needs to happen, correct?
There's mutual aid agreements that
Mutually,
exist.
okay. So, and I get where you're coming from, Katrina, on this, but I live out near this area up north of it. And one of the reasons I moved out there was for the simple fact that I wanted to be away from the city. I knew that police response and fire response wasn't going to be what it would be if we were in the core. That was the whole purpose of getting out and getting away. When people build away from a city, they have a understanding and a responsibility at that point in time to understand that you're not going to get the same services you are when you're downtown next door. If our planning commission and Kamal, Matt, you help me out here. I mean, you guys sat on this commission beforehand. You look at the laws, you look at everything that you do diligently before you recommend anything that comes to us. Granted, we get to handle the emotional side of stuff, but what's our legal stance here? Either one of you want to jump on that?
Oh, I actually talked to legal about this because the comp plan amendment was actually recommended for denial by our planning staff. And I know Mr. Bach says, I don't care what planning says, planning commission, or planning staff says, planning commission said we can do this.
But where are we at now that it's been done?
I've had legal review, and they believe that we have a firm foundation for denial of this case. I have been working with Mr. Box to get to a place of agreement that is respectful, that is honoring the public safety considerations of the existing neighbors in addition to the future neighbors, right? And so you can say, well, I moved to an area because I expected this, but it's changing the very dynamic of the area, and it's going to happen. I'm just saying we need to have fire support, we need to have police support in this area, or we need to have it within a 3 to 5 year time frame scheduled. Like that, it needs to be scheduled that we're going to have that support in this area, in this time frame. Because while this is one PUD, the next one that we're having is close to 700 doors.
Define scheduled for me. What are you wanting scheduled?
That we would have staffing and or facilities in the area within 3 to 5 years.
Of what?
Of permitting.
Like police, fire?
Police
I'm asking
and fire.
what you're
Yes,
wanting
police
in
and
3 to
fire.
5 years.
Yes, police and fire within 3 to 5 years of permitting. So this is a PUD, right? This doesn't mean that development's going to start tomorrow or next year. But if we're saying that we are changing this area from what is beyond rural response time, and yet we're developing higher intensity rural development, then we need to have a plan for how are we going to transition it from beyond rural response to rural response. And then in the next mile over, how are we going to transition that from rural response to urban response? Because that's the transition of applications that we have right now. And I'm not saying no, I'm saying what is our plan as a city to be able to provide this support? And we need to have it documented,
So you and I have a
scheduled,
police
funded.
and fire station planned in Canadian County bordering both of our wards.
Absolutely. So definitely a viability in the future. The last fire station that
You
was
just said
planned.
3 to 5 years, so I'm curious as to how much in the future you want. Does that make sense?
Okay, so let me give you an example. So the last fire station in Ward 3 that was built in the far southwest corner was in the 2007 GO bond. Do you know what year it was built?
Yeah, I cut the ribbon
Okay, perfect. What year was it built?
2 years ago.
Okay, so 2023?
4.
Okay, so that is a how many year lag? Don't make me do math on stage.
16.
It's 16-year lag. I'm saying approving this without having any TE that says we have to have a plan in place as a city, and we develop our plans out 10 years. We have a capital investment plan. We have staffing plans. Is there wiggle with annual budgets? Absolutely, but we need to have a plan in place to support a zoning approval that would say we're going to provide these services. Otherwise, we're saying, yes, you can do this, but we're not going to be genuine to what we say that zoning requires.
Well, but
So
we have a
urban
plan in
development
place.
needs urban response time, right, for public safety for public safety, infrastructure, water and sewer.
But we have a plan in place, but you want it defined into a certain year.
Right, so if you look at the national standards of how do we look at pro-development, where do you set those timeframes, okay? So smart development from an infrastructure timing perspective. You'd love to have it at occupancy, right? We definitely have to have water and sewer at occupancy. We really need to have fire and police support at occupancy. That is optimal. From even a pro-development perspective. There are many cities, many states that say you have to have that before. We're not in that space, right? We're saying, hey, we're going to lean in. The next level risk, so if you think about a green, yellow, red risk matrix, the yellow would be saying, okay, we don't have it right now. We won't have it at occupancy, but we'll have it within 3 to 5 years of permitting. We have a plan in place as a city to be able to support at this level within 3 to 5 years. And then the high risk, that is high risk to us as a city, it's creating risk for our residents, is having unfunded or it's beyond the 5 to 10 year mark. And that's not my numbers. That's not something I've said. That is a national kind of benchmarks of how can you be pro-development, get those doors before you have the infrastructure, but also have safeguards, have your rails in place to enable making sure that the community is actually getting the core city services that are aligned with that zoning. It's the balance, right?
Can I just ask a couple of questions really quickly, just to make sure, and I appreciate everything that Councilwoman Avers has shared. I think that all of the concerns you mentioned are totally reasonable concerns. You should watch a few planning commission meetings because literally that's what the meeting is arguing about the readiness of our infrastructure to handle development and whether the scale that's being offered by the developer is appropriate to that infrastructure. I just want to be clear about a few things. One, the current comp plan that's after it's been amended, despite city staff recommending that it not be approved, the Planning Commission in fact heard all of this evidence and determined that they wanted to change the comp plan. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then after they changed the comp plan, they approved this zoning because it's consistent with the comp plan.
Yes, sir.
So the question for this council, which unfortunately, Councilwoman Avers, is a subjective question, is whether or not the infrastructure, when it comes to emergency services, when it comes to roads, when it comes to water, when it comes to sewer, is appropriate. I will tell you that 6 years on the Planning Commission, water issues and aerobic systems concern me deeply. So when I read in the PUD and staff report that they are addressing the need for there to be spaces for the spray fields for the aerobic systems, that they are preparing for the ability for there to be future infrastructure from water and sewer in the future, that seems appropriate to me. I think it is hard to deal with these issues because we all want to know that we want that infrastructure is going to be there before the development occurs. That is not how this city of 620 square miles has functioned. And frankly, and I know I have it a little bit easier being in the urban core, mostly for my ward, but a lot of neighborhoods in the far west part of Oklahoma City wouldn't even be built if we took that same tact that you're suggesting now, because often the infrastructure has followed where the density is. And so I respect your view that this area isn't ready. I totally respect it. I've evaluated these cases before, and I don't necessarily agree with you, but I think it's appropriate, and I think you should make a motion to recommend denial of this application because you're representing your constituents and that's how you feel about it. But I hope that you'll respect that I've weighed the same consequences that you have, and I think this density is appropriate, it fits with the comp plan, and our infrastructure is appropriate because it's living off aerobic systems and water. But people who reach a different conclusion, I think, are totally reasonable in being there. So I really do. I respect your view. I think you've well articulated.
We have, so this is a really interesting position right now because, you know, I've got lots of development going on in this area, and we should all make note that I've been on the council for almost a year now, and I have never made a recommendation to deny an application. In fact, 95%, 97%, we've been able to navigate and get everything lined up. So I want to make sure that whenever I do raise a flag, that it is not a flag that is raised without extensive reservation and consideration. We currently have another PUD in the same area, 2025, for the data center development. And we, in Planning Commission, put a requirement for city water and city sewer for what is the equivalent of 20 homes in this exact same area. This is for 77 homes, and yet we're not putting a requirement for access to city water or rural water. That seems very disproportionate in how we are approaching it.
Well, it's because this is a rural style development. If this were an urban style development, we would be forced to have public water, public sewer. This being a rural-style development, it is appropriate to not have public water, public sewer. Frankly, consistent with the neighborhood to our northeast and the neighborhood to our west. If we came in and we were extending water and sewer, there would actually be people here to protest because they would not want the large-scale development on 118 acres compared to what they have now. Perhaps that would be incompatible. The fact that no one is here to protest, and there was only, I think, one person that came to protest at Planning Commission, it dealt with the drainage.
Have you counted the number of neighbors that surrounded in immediate vicinity that received notice? The fact that I have 5 letters in an area that is 100% surrounded by agricultural development is pretty substantive. Right? I mean,
sure.
And especially with our public notice requirements. In fact, I just saw a post this morning from someone that says, oh, actually this is on the next one, that says, I literally neighbor this property and I did not receive notice. That's a whole other conversation in terms of notice.
So can I make a few observations?
Yes, sir.
All right. Looking at staff recommendations at page 14, they wanted to approve it if 2 TEs were amended and added to it. That was done. That was done on October 23, 2025. At that meeting, there was 1 protest, is all I can see. Every one of the planning commissioners voted for this, for moving it forward. And so I guess the question is, can we hear from any of the protesters today? Is there anybody here to speak against this? And so the one thing I would...
And that's why I was asking for deferral. I actually I've asked for there to be a meeting with the community on this one, and that didn't happen.
Here's the thing that just resonates in my mind, and I'm looking at it from the applicant's perspective, and that is if they can't extend this loan and we defer it, there won't be a next meeting because they were not able to extend the loan. And I don't like to see deals killed, especially one that the Planning Commission decided on October 23rd unanimously for this once the 2 amended technical evaluations were approved. So I'm not telling you how to vote. I appreciate your policy decisions and thinking. But if I were you, I would move to deny this and see what happens.
Okay.
Before we do that,
Yeah.
can I ask a question real quick? Sorry about that. What's the deal with these easements?
We're going to plat it in a manner in which the easements are there so that if sewer and water get there, the space is there where if the neighbors want to connect, they have the ability to do so. It's something that the last probably 5-10 years Planning Commission started doing, just so that in these areas where maybe sewer and water get there, if they get there and the neighbors want to connect, they have the ability to do so because the easements are in place within the platted lots.
So you think the homeowners are going to pay?
You see it with water more often. You've seen it a couple times with water. Sewer, probably not, but with public water, you've seen it.
Okay, I was just curious about that. You sure you don't want to defer?
100% positive.
So is it safe to say too that if your client did spend the $700,000+ to run the water to it, you would probably be coming back to add more homes to this area?
Yeah, I mean, so when you have the public infrastructure, we're going to seek to develop it at urban levels, which means you probably would have people here to protest. Those people that live to the west and the people that live to the northeast.
Wowie zowie, this was, it's like, literally backed away to like let you all have that conversation. The only thing I want to add is, as someone who has studied the history of planning and television, there was something Councilman Carter said that has my attention, and I just watched this tension play out, a respectable tension, but one all the same. Well, no, this is fine. I mean, when people are you have respectable disagreements, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. That's the fun part for me. But I wanted to articulate this tension in a way that I think we will all need to consider going forward, which is when I was studying the history of television, one of the things I learned is that in a I always thought the suburbs began in earnest post-World War II. They did not. They're proto-suburbs post the Civil War. And the reason, the rationale for developers and the people who would live in those homes was actually exactly as Councilman Carter described. It was this idea that I work in the city proper, but I want to get away from my work to respite in the agrarian. And so thusly began like the suburban, exurban farmhouse that gets built. And that, that's the real tension, right? I work in the city, but I need respite away from it. I don't share that desire, clearly. I live right in the heart of the city, just as Councilor Pennington articulated that, he does. For me, I love that 8-minute bike ride to OCU. But I just wanted to articulate today that you all have, articulated something that is about 150 years old. And it is a tension because when that development happens, as Councilor Avers is describing, there are people who moved out to get away to have that space, and that because of that desire to get away, more people have that desire, and the more people have that desire, the more the development happens, and it is this endless loop. I do not envy you the position, not just with this one, but going forward. So just wanted to articulate that. I appreciate the back and forth.
And I think that an important thing to note here is not that people are anti people moving to the area. It's saying, hey, we want to do this in a smart way, and utilizing our existing and nearly located water resources depressurizes a system and architecture that has already been established and reliant on the underground water system. I think that is very important for anyone that is reliant on groundwater as their sole source of water, which is literally more than 50% of Ward 3. And so having an option, being nearby, and choosing not to is a choice that our applicant is making. And we have other developments in the area that have chosen to connect with either rural water or city water, so that they are not putting pressure on an existing system that has known risk and known water quality issues and is well documented in our comprehensive plan, our city plan, or our city staff reports, and is a true concern as we approach development and try to do it in a really smart way. I would be happy to share these with you, Councilman Stonecipher, as far as the feedback that I got, but I was really, really impressed with the clarity of communication and not saying, hey, not in my backyard, but saying, if we're going to do this, let's do it smart. Let's do it in a way that it protects the people that have already moved into this area, the people that are coming to this area. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to deny, and I will leave it at that.
So just to remind everyone, a motion to deny, should it fail, is not approval. There would have to be another motion, correct, Kenny? I just want to be clear on that.
Correct.
Yeah, so, okay, but we have a motion to deny on the table. Let's see if there's a second. There's a motion and a second. Cast your votes. That motion fails 3-6. So now we're kind of back where we began.
I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. This is a motion for approval. Cast your votes. Passes 5-4. All right. Item 11B is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 13725 Southwest 15th from AA to PUD 2109. This was deferred 3 times now, and no one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Avers.
All right. One of the interesting things that I've noticed over the last few weeks as I continue to receive messages on different things is Did you know that this is a long ways from the far west side? It's literally 30 to 40-minute drive to show up for council. So I appreciate everyone that has submitted concerns and considerations as we approach these. And we were working on this as well. Is this in the same situation? Because we didn't get to that point in the conversation. I didn't realize until you came up to speak on the last one that there was no more deferrals.
This is different in terms of what it, well, I guess David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street. This one's very different, I'd say, in that the area in which it's located is different. In the other one, we were seeking acreage development. Here we are seeking urban development, but with a significant caveat. And the caveat being, this PUD is located at the northeast corner of 15th and Frisco, and it currently does not have access to sewer and water. And so what we have done in the PUD under section 7.2, which is sanitary sewer, and 7.3, which is water, is we have said development of this PUD shall be dependent upon adequate sewer facilities being available. 7.3, we say development of this PUD shall be dependent upon adequate water facilities being available. So what we're doing is pushing this to a time in which there are, in fact, adequate water and sewer available. Why that's significant is, again, we're here at 15th and Frisco. What this exhibit represents is development that has either been approved or is already on the ground. So you can see we're much closer to urban development. Now, we don't have sewer and water yet. We have a series of 3 PUDs that exist to our south. And you have, well, we'll start with the oldest one, 1833. 1833 is a PUD that I did for Home Creations back in 2021. And what it allows for, so PUD 2001, was approved in, 1883, 1883 was approved in 2021. It covers a significant amount of land. It basically covers over 160 acres here and then an 80-acre laydown there. And it allows for 1,021 lots of single-family residential development, 257 lots of R1ZL 40-foot lots, and then there's a commercial tract. Why it's important is under 7.2 and 7.3 in that PUD, identical language was imposed upon the developer that development of the site shall be dependent upon public sewer facilities being available and extended to the site. Here, I think ours is perhaps more stringent in that we say adequate. So our belief is that the use of the word adequate is really going to allow Public Works and Utilities to decide when it is ready to develop. So then we get to this corner here, which is PUD 2001, which was approved August of 2024. Same limiting language in terms of when development can occur. 2 tracts, tract 1 being the commercial tract along the frontage. Tract 2, though, allows for multifamily apartment development to occur, which would allow for 754 units right there. And then as we go to PUD 1876, it has similar language. That PUD was approved in 2022. It's 160 acres. It allows for duplex development and R1 development that has similar language, restricting development until such time that we have adequate sewer and water facilities. So our goal in this was to allow for the approval of the PUD to move forward, but the development of the parcel not to happen until such time that those infrastructure pieces are there. This is in a comprehensive plan designation that is urban future. Staff's position on this was that urban future is appropriate to allow zoning to occur with proper safeguards. Here, the safeguards being we can't develop this until such time that we have sewer and water facilities. And so when we went to the Planning Commission, there was a significant amount of discussion regarding that, and ultimately the Planning Commission did approve this item. Now, this one is worth noting that if you look at the staff report produced, staff recommends approval on this one with no technical evaluations. It was just recommended for approval. The Ward 3 Planning Commission member did put 2 TEs on this, that being brick columns along the arterial for the arterial fencing, and that the HOA had to control the fence. He's become very passionate about this idea that you can't, if it's just left to individuals to control the fencing, one person's fence falls down, no one touches it, and so you kind of have an unattractive view along the arterial. So the HOA is required to maintain that fence, and then we had the brick columns. So we believe that this is the appropriate way to plan. It allows for city to appropriately plan and prepare for when to do projects for sewer and water and streets. It's the same way that has been done since 2001 on about 320 acres. Actually, it's about 3/4 of a section immediately to our south. There's been a comment raised about the fire response time. My client is willing to donate a site to the city for a fire station to be located on this. We'd have to obviously redo the plat, but my client's willing to donate land that would be donated to the city of Oklahoma City to place a fire station there. So we're asking for approval of this. We think it's the least dense development that has been approved on everything you see to our south, and in a manner that is slightly more restrictive in terms of the language of sewer and water being deferred to the utility and public work directors. So happy to answer any questions. I don't believe that anyone showed up to protest. I don't know if there's anyone signed up to protest.
How close is this one to the last one?
I'm sorry?
How close is this one to the last one?
The last one is about right here. It's about maybe a half or 3/4 of a mile as the crow flies, maybe a mile through the street network.
You got your fire station.
Right, so, so I'm actually going to make a motion to defer on this one so we can get the fire station and the lot step downs that we discussed in our meeting this morning and the TEs so that we can have a clean document.
So we can do all that from here. So we're willing to donate a fire site, and you had asked if we could eliminate that buffer along the east and make all the lots on the east 70-foot lots. We can agree to do that, and we can do it right here. This has been deferred since early December. I think it's been deferred 4 times.
I mean, on those 2 points, we can do a motion to amend right now and vote on it, and then vote on the entire package instead of delaying it.
So there were still 2 other items that we were working on. This area is another one, actually. So we should make sure that we have this on the public record for sure. That is currently in role response time, and yet we have plans for urban development. It has been the future overlay has been for urban development. The future overlay is still in place, but having a TE tied to the fire and police response time or response compatible with urban development is important, particularly as we talk about it neighboring 5-acre and 1 to 2 acre lots on the east side, correct?
So we have straight single family to our northeast with 6,000 square foot lots. We have on our immediate border, it is larger. A couple hundred feet to our east is 1 acre lot development, and then all the developments I spoke about to the south. So we can agree to donate a fire station. We can't agree to hold development until such time that urban level police response time is in place. One, because that's highly subjective. I don't know how the city could possibly track.
It is documented. I mean, it's in the staff reports each time that there is an assessment of what the current response times and staffing levels are able to support. I didn't make up beyond rural response times or beyond rural support and rural support, and this area is in a rural support zone. I'm just saying it needs to transition from a rural support zone to an urban support zone as part of our decision to enable occupancy at urban levels.
And that,
I think that it's basic psychology. You add 2,000 people in an area in a very co-located space without having adequate fire and support services would be foolish on the city's part to say, yes, we want to do that. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying we need to have a plan in place.
And I mean, as it relates to fire, we're going to give the city land. Again, we're talking about staff report a lot. Staff recommended approval with no conditions, straight approval.
I think Jeff wants to say something.
Sorry, Jeff.
And can you speak to what staff's recommendation is on this?
Yes, thank you. Jeff Butler, Planning Director. First, I just wanted to make sure the council was aware there is a 2025 bond funded fire station for the vicinity of Reno and Frisco, so right close to this. So that is funded. I'm not sure if there is a status other than that in terms of the location, but just keep that in mind as you're making a decision on this particular site.
Jeff, can I ask you a question right there on that? Sorry.
Yes.
You gave a specific location that's funded. Are we allowed to like move that if the applicant's willing to give land so that it helps us?
That's it. It says in the vicinity for, that's the judgment call.
Typically, we
Yeah.
say in the bond propositions that it's a vicinity, and so we have some flexibility where we place that. Because I think also we want to look at this from the fire perspective of, does it meet the access needs and all? So I think there's a lot we'd have to work through on that.
Exactly.
What about like the northwest corner then, so it's actually closer to the other development as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, as Craig was saying, the fire department has a study where they look at the kind of the ideal locations for fire. This may or may not be the ideal location. It may be worse off. It may be better. I'm not sure. We'd have to look at their study.
So under advisement of council, I'm going to request that we get these TEs in writing. I'm going to make a motion to defer on PUD 2109.
And also, we need something in writing that says you're offering to donate us a specific tract of land for a fire station, and that offer will remain open until X time, because the council has to accept it, otherwise it can be revoked.
Why can't we do this in the same manner as we do every other PUD when we make amendments from the floor? Like, we're willing to, every other Tuesday, amendments from the floor get made that aren't in writing but are done with me or someone else standing at the podium.
As long as we vote on the amendment, we can.
If you have the amendment in writing.
There are amendments that happen every other Tuesday that aren't in writing.
Right.
And then we go back with staff and submit a revised
Is
PUD.
it the land donation that
Can we
concerns you?
defer
Yeah,
it
it's
to
the
the end of the
land
meeting?
donation that
And you
concerns
write
me.
something up?
So it's not the other parts of the amendment. You could have handled those
Draft it.
verbally.
Yeah, the other parts of the amendment are fine.
But the land, you're
Versus the
looking
end
for
of the
like
meeting and it's
the
written up
land
for you, would you-
description and that kind of thing. Yeah. So basically, his concern is not the other stuff, which is more
Not the other
routine. It's
stuff.
specifically the land donation. He would like to have a legal description of the land.
Well, that'll take some time. What if we
So
say
how-
that we're sorry, go ahead, Kenny.
How many acres?
We can give 3 acres.
Right.
What if we are obligated
3 to 5
to
acres.
donate and the city accept
3
the
to 5
fire
acres,
station
what
land
she said.
prior to a certificate of occupancy, thereby nobody can live there until such time that the city's in possession of the dirt. And then we can work out the legal description later.
Right, and you could, if you put the number of acres and say,
30 acres, is that what I heard? 30, 35, 35 acres?
Yeah, Chief Keller said.
I'll give you 5 acres.
Well, we want a volleyball court.
yeah, I think if you put some parameters around it
5
about.
acres.
Right.
Okay. So the amendments would be, we are donating and the city will accept 5 acres of land to be described later. However, we cannot have a certificate of occupancy until such time that that transaction takes place.
Right, that'd be fine.
Okay, so think that sounds great. Glad we've got those legal T's crossed. How do we navigate the readiness of our fire and police to support urban development and transition from a rural to urban response framework?
That's easy. Staff recommended approval on it. Staff has already looked at it
Okay,
and made a
but
decision that this is
We
fine.
have the responsibility as the council to prioritize our funding investments, right, to enable support for that to happen. It doesn't just, we don't just snap our fingers and say, well, planning said that we could do it. Like, we actually have to have a plan in place of how are we going to staff this. They've provided graciously an incredible step in a huge direction of providing land. So that supports the site for building. And we have building in the GO bond. So then we have staffing. Yes.
Could we vote on an amendment? It sounds like that's an additional TE. So we've got TEs in here saying that they can't do the development until there's water and sewer available. So it sounds like what you're proposing is that until we're at urban response times, we should not be able to start development. So can we just vote on that as a motion, as an amendment, and then let the council decide where we are on that?
Okay.
But I think that's the easiest way to avoid us taking a deferral.
Can I just
Go
say
ahead.
real quick, we don't put a fire station in the bond issue unless we are prepared to staff it when the time comes, correct? I mean, that decision's already been made. That
But it
plan's
can
already
also
been made.
influence the timing of when we do the station, like
Sure.
when we think we can have the staffing, and then we'll work towards building up to that staffing over time.
So does that meet your concern?
Right, so I think what you recommend, would you be willing to make the motion, because you said it so well, Kamal?
Sure.
Okay,
Go ahead. Go ahead,
We
Eddie.
can't make it contingent upon the actual response times. There's no way for the city to track that. Like, right, that's not an objective criteria. What we're proposing to do is, the 5 acres is being donated and accepted prior to a CO being issued. Now, the city will work on building and staffing as they do, but.
I didn't say I'd vote for the amendment.
Oh, okay.
I think she brings up a very valid point. I think the council's got to consider that, and I think you've heard the concerns that will happen. It's hard to establish objective criteria, so you should take that into account for your
we have
vote.
those criteria already, and that's what planning staff uses in their recommendations. And our police and fire do keep great metrics. I mean, that's part of their performance plans is setting response times to different areas. So I'm just asking us to tie our staffing, our performance plans, and our planning together so that we can say we've done our due diligence and that's what we're working towards. And because you guys know, we have a very big city. We've got a lot of development going on. Ward 3 has had some of the fastest growing county, fastest growing city in Oklahoma.
Debatable.
Number 20. Bradley's trying to compete with me. Number 20th in the nation. Like, that's a huge responsibility for us as a council to balance this space. And I think that this is a very easy way for us to help us set frameworks and set priorities on how we are investing in our annual budgets and our capital investment plan, so that we are not saying this is going to be 20 years from now. 20 years from now is not smart development. 5 to 10 years, like, that's pushing the envelope. I think that we are within that range and we can do it, but we've got to make sure that we're pulling our city services that are not water and sewer. Those are the easiest, right? Those are the easy things to say. Yes, you have water. Yes, you have sewer. But these other parts are just as important, and they're part of our core mission, our core values.
But if we build a fire station
We have water.
within a mile of this place, right, then we know the response time's going to be good on it.
Well, it would be on this site. Like, they're donating it from the site, right?
But it's
I mean,
also.
even
If
if
it's
it's
20
not
years
on
from
that
now,
site.
if it's 20 years from now, that's a long time, and that influences people's insurance rates, that influences crime rates, that creates hotspots for our cities in areas that are then vulnerable, right? They have higher density population, which naturally crime increases. Like, it is relational, right? So how do we navigate that as a city? And I think that this is not saying no to development. This is saying, all right, we want to make sure that we're providing these services so that we can say we're giving zoning that matches what we are doing on the city side. Otherwise, it's just kind of rubber stamping to enable it to sell at a higher price, but we're not actually being authentic and matching our zoning to the ask. This is just a navigation space that I think enables the zoning, puts the TE in place. Kamal, I know you may or may not vote for it, but if you will give the words, I think that is a great example of what it could look like.
Then I will move to amend the application to that development will not occur until such time as until an urban emergency response time can be established.
Fire?
For fire, excuse me, I said
And
emergency.
police.
For fire and police.
Okay, well.
Again,
But
knowing that objective
We don't agree
criteria.
that- I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how the city could possibly track that.
I mean, I do think,
Police.
I don't think this is practical, but.
Craig, didn't you just say,
Want to make the motion?
don't
make the
build
motion.
it
Well, I
until we
get-
know we can staff it and we have that response time and that metric is fit in at that point?
On fire, we would schedule, and I think to the point of the last fire station, how long it took to get to that, it's making sure that we get a plan in place that we can get to that point. With police, with both police and fire, I think when we commit to something like this or have it in there, we're all subject to what's happening in the economy, what's happening with our revenues as to whether or not we can staff to a level that we can fulfill the obligation or commitment in those areas.
I would, again, I made the motion, but I would then plan to make another motion that's consistent with what David already shared, which is that we just prevent the certificate of occupancy until we've been given the land to build the fire station.
That would be my preferred motion.
Yeah, well, so last time that was 17 years though, and so you're saying they can't build a house until the fire station's there?
Correct.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Until the land.
Until the
has been
land has been
accepted
given
by
to the city.
Two different things. Okay,
Ask me a question.
Kenny, what do you recommend?
I don't like to offer comments when I'm not asked, but a CO is when, after they've built the property, they've already built the structure. They get the CO when they're going to occupy it. So they get the building permit to build it, and then they get the CO to occupy it.
Nobody can live there until such time as the city is in possession of the 5-acre site. It's a funded project. The pace at which the city moves is kind of up to them, but nobody can live there until the city is in possession of the 5-acre site.
How about no permits available until we get the 5 acres of land?
That's fine. No building permits will be sought until the 5-acre site. Well, we do want to make sure that the city's obligated to accept. We don't want to say, hey, here's our 5 acres. You say, you know what, never mind, and then we can't go build. So,
Okay,
Good point.
yes.
So-
But yes, we're fine with no building permits until such time as the city has accepted the 5-acre site.
Got it.
I think the recommendation I was given was to make a motion to deferral, to get it in writing.
The good news is it's in writing right now because Ms. Caitlin Turner is in the back of this room diligently typing and will be in Sarah's inbox.
Good.
in
So
5
I
minutes.
think Bradley wanted to move it to the end of meeting.
I have some.
Go ahead, Kenny.
I've written
Advisement.
something too, so we can get together if you want.
Well, we need this approved today.
Right, by the end of the meeting.
Sure. Okay.
I'm going to move it to the end of the
That's
meeting.
fine. We can defer it to the end of the docket.
Okay, so what's going to happen in the meantime?
We're going to draft the TE to reflect the giving and the acceptance of the 5-acre site. No permit shall be issued until such time as that has happened.
But,
And other things too that have been discussed, right?
well, that doesn't address her police issue on response
address the
time.
police issue.
So,
Well, I don't know.
you know,
I don't think that was going to pass anyways, to be honest with you. So.
We can't address the police issue.
I mean, the thing I'd say is in the past, when we started talking about major policy decision changes, the city manager has set up meetings where we were educated on it, and then we brought it as an entire council and decided to vote on it, not piecemeal in
Right.
some agenda item. And so I think we ought to do this the proper way. If you want to change the policy on how we look at approving things on this docket, then we need to have meetings, we need to discuss it, and then we need to put it in writing, and then we need to vote on it. But we shouldn't do it here under this agenda item. Thank you.
Agreed. I did not want to be in this position today. Unfortunately, it is where we are.
Okay, so there's going to be some coordination. When we do bring this back later this meeting, we will have a amendment maybe to even be read that people have generally agreed upon. Now, I guess Councilwoman Avers is sort of tied up here, so it's not a part of this discussion, but hopefully it'll meet her expectations. So with that, I guess we will move now to the next item. Is that what we're expecting? Okay. All right, item 11C is, C2 is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval rezoning 16100 North Mustang Road from AA to PUD 2119 The amendment to the master design statement found at C1 relates to this. This was deferred previously. Councilman Carter, no one has signed up to speak.
I feel like we should just defer everything. I'm just joking. So I've got a note though that says the easement was requested, but we haven't received it yet. We got it? You got it. Well, then if we've got it and no one's here or to speak, then I move for approval.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a motion for C1.
Yes, sorry, C1.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then C2.
C2 with an emergency. I move for approval.
Wait. You want an emergency on this?
Well, it says emergency, is that
It
not?
always says that in parentheses as an option if you wanted an emergency for some reason, but you're not actually needing an emergency.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's just always there. It's noticed, so you have the option. That would be a separate vote after the
No, let's just move for approval.
Okay, C2. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11D is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1940 Southwest 9th from R1 and SRO-DD to SPUD 1780 and SRO-DD. This was deferred from January 27th. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, let me pull up. I do have, actually, David, there you are. Could you come up and describe this project? And then I do, based on our conversation earlier, have a few amendments to propose.
Sure.
See if we can take a motion on those.
So this is a project that's, as you can tell from the map, it's kind of multiple parcels throughout the, I guess it was Scenic River / Dockyard. So we did have to go in front of, I believe, it was the Urban Design Commission before we went to Planning Commission for the recommendation, which was granted unanimously. So the goal of this project is to add some duplex and some single-family lots. We think it is in line with the SNI initiative. If you look at some of the intended outcomes from that, it's increased home ownership, private investment, improved property values and market stabilization, reduction of vacant properties. And so we think we're accomplishing that. It did go through Planning Commission with no protest, and I think before, maybe the first time it was going to council, some people voiced some concern. There was a neighborhood meeting that took place that Caitlin from my office was able to go to. I think some of the concerns deal with trees. What we want to do is keep them to the greatest extent possible, and then some screening. So there was some language that I think staff had proposed to you. We checked with our client, and we're good with that.
So yeah, so I'll just sort of note that because this area is one of our new Strong Neighborhoods Initiative areas, it's sort of a nascent neighborhood association. So I know one of the neighborhood leaders had hoped to go to Planning Commission to kind of get ahead of the conversation to meet and had some kind of work or health emergency, and so wasn't able to attend. Through the SNI and sort of Neighborhood Alliance, ARM reached out to me about maybe slowing this down to have a meeting with the applicant, and they did that to kind of help educate some of the neighbors about what the proposals are and talk through concerns. I will say for this area, because it has been fairly under-engaged, I think there's like some opportunity that this maybe helped with some conversation and maybe response of folks that had some concerns that it doesn't sound like can really be addressed through this specific application. It's kind of a larger neighborhood concerns, particularly just concerns about kind of development in general happening in this area, making it feel like the homes that have been there are less well taken care of or something because they're older stock. But I do think the SNI initiative will really help with some of that and the facade improvements and sort of those things that SNI is able to assist with. So I heard from this one neighborhood leader who's sort of been the point person for that, and they seem open to moving forward. They still do just have some concerns about some like tree preservation and privacy. related to fencing. So talking with David this morning, it sounds like we have some amendments to the master design statement that I'd like to propose. So question technically, do I need to make these as two separate amendments, or can they can be one? Okay, so I'd like to move to amend the master design statement to specify that trees will be preserved to the maximum extent possible and require screening of the properties subject to the Scenic River Overlay Design District when applicable.
I agree.
Is that good? Okay.
Okay, so this is a motion on that amendment as stated. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Okay, and then I'd like to move for approval of the application. Wait, not that one.
All right, this is for 11D. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. 11E is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1133 Northeast 18th from R2 and HNO to SPUD 1787 and HNO. This was also deferred from January 27th. Councilman Pennington, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Very excited since this is in my own neighborhood, a few blocks from my house. So I did reach out to our neighborhood association leadership and was assured that they were a part of the negotiations and are happy with the final product. So I'm going to move approval.
I have to pee so bad now.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11F is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 3407 South Shields from R1 to SPD 1793. This was deferred from January 27th. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed to speak.
Yes, Mark, can you come just describe this project for us?
Good morning, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates, 20 Sheridan Avenue. There is an existing structure on the site today. It suffered a fire. Our client purchased it in March of last year with the intent to save the structure and turn it into a fourplex. And in doing so, all of the parking will be behind the structure and they will improve the alley to the limits of their property. Staff recommended approval, Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I will say I did receive outreach after the Planning Commission on this, and we had a meeting with one of the folks. I believe they own the two properties just to the south of this. Unfortunately, the things that they wanted addressed and sort of their reasons for protesting, I had thought it was kind of more on some technical things related to parking, and it turned out it wasn't. It was more related to the level of density and who might occupy the property related to renters. And so I just shared that that's not something we're kind of in the business of regulating as far as like who will live in the property. It's more just about the number of units. So with that, I'd like to move forward as is with this application and move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11G is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 19. Oh, we did. I apologize. Missed that, got into a rhythm. Mark Emerson. This is on the previous item. If this moves the council, we could always revote. I don't know what your position is.
My mother lives to the north of that has been built. We do have concerns on the parking situation, and also the house is actually 6 inches away from my mother's house. And we have a concern about the fire safety, of the house. And I do have pictures. I don't know if anybody's been out to look, But used to, when it was on fire, my mother's house almost caught on fire too, but when he did the renovation goes straight up, and it's right, 6 inches away from my mother's house. And I do have pictures.
Can we see those? Because as I understand it, this shouldn't be built yet. Is that right? Like it's not. I don't think it shouldn't be zoned to have been built.
I wouldn't think it should have been zoned. That's before, and this is now.
I don't think this is the same property, is it not?
I don't know.
Oh, so you're, okay, this is just north of the blue and white is your mother's house. Okay, sorry, I was getting it backwards.
707 is right next to it.
Mark, can you address, because it does look like there has been a second story added according to this picture. Can you let me know when this was taken? Was it just this week or?
It was taken 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Can you help me understand that?
I would need to see the
Oh,
photos.
yeah, here you go. Also, here's the before.
But
on the
yes,
street.
so there's the existing structure, and they're building up, and that's how they're getting the additional 2 units. And so the SPUD did have a 0-foot side yard setback on the north side, and of course, through building permit, they'll have to adhere to fire code, and that may have to be a fire-rated wall.
I guess I'm uncertain how they're able to build more units without proper zoning. or
So they
updated
filed a
zoning.
building permit initially seeking a duplex, and then through that process, they sought to change it to a 4-plex, and so the building permit was then on hold for the SPUD.
But they still built the additional,
I haven't been inside to know where construction ended and where it.
yeah. Okay, because that's concerning to me. And this is not the gentleman that I met with about the, like I mentioned, those were the south of the property. So I kind of do want to actually walk this back because this is the first I'm hearing of this. And I'd like to explore that a little bit more before we kind of make any final determinations. Yeah, can we move?
You're going to ask for deferral of this item?
Yeah, can we move
Okay.
to rescind?
Sure.
That
yeah.
previous.
So you want to move to rescind the vote by which we passed item 11F.
So we're first rescinding and then deferring?
Correct.
Thank
That would
you.
be my request.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes.
We're rescinding the vote, and then we're going to defer. I can't do that. Why couldn't you? Okay.
And
Passes
then
unanimously.
I'm going to ask for a 2-week deferral, like I mentioned earlier. I will not be here in 2 weeks. I hope that we could get it worked out and figured out, and maybe I could have someone else carry the item for me. If not, I might ask for an additional deferral. But I do feel like we could probably get a meeting on the books for next week with yourself to figure all this out. So I'll ask for a deferral for 2 weeks.
Got a motion and a second for a deferral of item F. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
And was it Mark, did you say? Can you make sure Sarah has your information and we can get a meeting set up with myself and staff? Thank you.
Okay, now we're at 11G. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1933 Northwest 39th from O2 and C3 to SPUD 1800. This was deferred from January 27th. Councilman Cooper, no one has signed up to speak, I promise.
And yet, I would love to hear, because I do have some questions.
Good morning.
Aye.
David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. Yes, sir.
Could you walk us through this proposal and, yeah, just start there, please.
Sure.
Like what's happening here?
Madam, Ms. Welch, is there any way I could get the site plan? There we go. So this is a SPUD that would allow for commercial development. So my client owns a roofing company. If you think about how you display roofing materials is different than a normal product. And so the outdoor area will kind of be their outdoor sales area. And so what we've done and worked through kind of extensively with Janice is ensuring that this kind of eastern area where the outdoor display will be is heavily lined with trees and landscaping and those things so that it's compatible. So we spent a lot of time with Ms. Powers during that Planning Commission phase, and that's why you'll see we added a TE, where TE4 we remove use, but TE5, landscaping shall be as per displayed in Exhibit C, meaning we're tied to the design and intensity of the landscaping on this exhibit.
Okay. Can we share my screen real quick? Because I'm trying to like understand. Okay, so if I was looking at this right, is the C3 that's here in this document, is this old Ray's bike shop? And then is the office, the O2,
Correct.
This former attorneys?
That's what it appears to me, Councilman.
Okay. And then keeping that in mind, so where the attorney's building is right now, that will come down and that will be where someone would be able to purchase outdoor these roofing materials, is that right?
You may be slightly to the west. You may need to go, there we go. So to the right of the EH, I think, is where the outdoor materials will be.
To the right
If
of
you
it.
go to the city's, if you look at this map.
Yeah, if we can go to the screen he's talking about. So now you understand why I have the question
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
So and then if you cross-check that against the site plan, you'll see where the proposed location of that is. So the building remains at C3.
Okay, so the
You'll have the, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, so the
It's-
EH building
it's
is the.
east of Ray's and east of the EH law firm,
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the current parking lot, if you want to call it that, that is zoned currently C3.
O2. The parking lot is currently zoned O2. Oh, go back to that last one. No, O2 and O2.
My screen.
So the building C3, O2, O2, we are adding the ability to have that outdoor display there with that landscaping in the O2.
But that is, I'm sorry, it's still very confusing to me. So your proposal starts at the
building.
At the EH building.
Yes, sir.
And the EH building is zoned C3 currently.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then what does that become in
The
this
EH
proposal?
building, their
Yes.
office,
And
like
is-
their internal office structure.
Their internal office.
Uh-huh.
Does this existing EH building remain, or
Yes.
is that a new? So it gets repurposed?
Correct. Instead of it being a lawyer's office, it'll be the roofing material office.
Okay, and then next to it, to the east, will be what?
Parking.
Parking. All of that's parking, like going back to the
The
north.
existing parking will remain.
Okay. Then there will be this outdoor to the west.
Correct. With a landscape buffer, site-proof screening.
Okay. And then this image over here in front of C3, that's additional landscaping that's coming?
Correct.
Okay. It's just very important to me because, you know, there's some bond-funded work that's going to come here from Penn to Classen on 39th Street. And so I just want to make sure that what's going in right here is, I'm glad Janice intervened and has this landscaping here. I think that's very important.
Janice is very opinionated on landscaping.
We do that in Ward 2, she and I. What is it that's going to happen in front of C3 just in the public right-of-way? I don't see anything there, whereas I do see some stuff over here in front of the public right-of-way at O2.
It'll remain grass, it just didn't get colored in. Outside of the public right-of-way is where we'll install all of our landscaping.
And these trees, what's the maintenance of them look like? Like, who's doing that?
We're required to maintain it under the SPUD, the owner of the property.
Okay. And so then this landscaping along C3 here, just to the east, that is new, and you all will also be maintaining that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The whole goal here was to soften this up.
Yes.
It's pretty,
Yes.
it's really just kind of hard surface right now. And so their whole goal is to soften this significantly with landscaping.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay, I would move for approval. With all of the, do I need to make with the amended TEs? Okay.
They're already in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Got a motion and a second for item G. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Item H was previously withdrawn, which brings us to item I. Item I1 is a public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. No one has signed up to speak, so we'll go to the resolution found at I2 declaring that the structures are dilapidated. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item J1 is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed, except for one that was previously struck. No one has signed up to speak, so we'll advance to the resolution at J2 declaring the structures are unsecured. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item K1 is a public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed. No one has signed up to speak, so we will advance to the resolution found at K2 under item L2. And I think we maybe have a presentation
Yes.
on that that will also cover M2
Yes.
as well.
Yes, sir. Chris York, our Budget Director and Assistant Finance Director, will give us a quick presentation.
Thank you, City Manager. Just a quick explanation of the item. It is a public hearing amending the public safety sales tax resolution for the fire side with item number L here. As a reminder to our residents, spending public safety sales tax dollars is a two-step process. Council adopts a budget, but then further adopts a resolution that takes those budgeted dollars and puts them down into a list of approved projects. The amendment today proposes to increase the project titled Exhibit F, the Fire Wellness Project, in the amount of $1 million. And this has a related item for the police side as well. It's a joint initiative between police and fire to stand up a wellness project that would provide our first responders some additional services, including rehabilitation, mental health services, some enhanced cardiovascular screening. Again, the increase is for $1 million. And we will bring this item back to you on February the 24th for another public hearing and hopefully your adoption. Item M is a similar item from the police side of the sales tax, and it is increasing Exhibit J, Police Supplies, Equipment, and Services Project in the amount of $594,000 for the same purpose, that joint wellness project. But in addition, the police side also has an increase for Exhibit K, which is our Crime Analyst Project, in the amount of $77,000, and that will fund 2 additional crime analysts for the remainder of the fiscal year. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. So no one has signed up to speak under item M1, the public hearing on the police companion item to this either. And so let's go back now to L2 and consider the resolution to be introduced. Again, this is just introduction. Final hearing is on February 24th for this resolution related to fire expenditures. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then M2 is the resolution to be introduced and set for final hearing on February 24th related to police expenditures. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11N is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $5 million from the Hotels and Commercial Development Budget category of the Downtown Maps Economic Development Project Plans TIF number 2 for project costs associated with improvements and expansion of the Oklahoma City National Memorial and Museum. And I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, Cooney Sudol with the Alliance for Economic Development will introduce this item and the allocation of funding from TIF number 2.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this proposal here is to allocate $5 million from the downtown TIF. So as a reminder, that TIF is expiring in, I believe, a year. There are sufficient funds here. This would be to, and you're going to get a presentation from Carrie Watkins about the expansion at the memorial, and so it's an exciting project. Did want to mention just one thing. There's some language that says this was contingent upon the approval of a minor amendment to the TIF project plan. So as a reminder, the TIF project plan is what sort of governs the TIF and what it can be spent on, where it can be spent, et cetera. We think this use already qualified. We want to be sure, so we made sure to amend some language there that allowed for the not-for-profit museum use here. But with that, I will turn it over to Carrie for a short presentation on the project.
Thank you. Carrie Watkins, 620 North Harvey, Oklahoma City National Memorial Museum, President and CEO. Thank you, Council and Mayor, City Manager Kenny. Thank you so much for just walk you through. The forward is a new chapter we are introducing to the world and adds 10,400 square feet of our space. The city has long been a partner from the very first minutes after the bombing. And here we are again. Thank you for your past help, and we hope that you will be proud of what we're building here. Forward really is like a book. I mean, it's the forward of a book. It's the beginning of the museum. It provides content to what visitors are about to see. It tells visitors what they should begin to experience, and then hopefully it gives credibility to the story. As we continue to walk through, the next slide is a picture of the new children's area pushed 50 feet out, and the next slide then is the view from the memorial grounds from where the chairs are, so you begin to see this forward that extends to the west end of the museum, and it gives you an insight into the building that's there, and visitors no longer have to look to see where to go into the museum. We're salvaging all the granite, the tiles, the signage, and putting those other places on the site so that we're reusing those. This view is from the southwest. It's where children off school buses will gather and tour groups. And as we begin to go through the museum, we're really adding this new lobby to bring light into the dark, and it allows us to add security and more space for programming, 2 new elevators. We've existed off 1 elevator for 25 years, and we feel like we're living on a thread on that. And as you continue to move through, you see the new lobby. We're using salvaged granite that was from the Murrah building. Many pieces are broken as you approach the mission statement. Then as you turn toward the elevator, you begin to see progress in the light and people putting their lives back together. It's very symbolic. Bringing in some of the Murrah art from the Murrah building, which was one of the first art and architecture programs in the country. And in the early 70s, we'll bring that art back into the museum and celebrate what it means. Just some other pictures from the lobby. And then as you begin to go to the second floor, you see a new orientation theater, and then over to this is really the forward. You see the site then and now. You understand the story. We're now teaching a generation of people who were not born at the time. And so we have to tell more of the story, go into more depth of the story. And then you sit for an orientation film, and then you walk into the existing area of the museum. We feel like we can give people an experience of what the Murrah building was like, why public buildings are so important, and there's a lot of stories there to be shared as we begin to build out the content. And then as we, on the first floor, I think one of the things we're most proud of, the next slide, is the civics lab, and this gives us a chance to teach democracy at work and to explain to people what democracy, what civics and democracy really is. We took a poll of our own teen board, which are leaders in their group, in their schools. 20% did not know really what civics was about. And so I think we've spent a decade teaching STEM, and we have our own STEM lab, but we really want to make sure we're teaching the importance of making a difference in your community. One line that's in our mission statement talks about this place should not be a place that glosses over the story, but teaches the brutality of the evil and the tenderness of the response. So that's our goal in this. Our timeline is we have had a ceremonial groundbreaking. We're prepping for construction, the site for construction, and awaiting our construction permit, and then we'll begin that, and then our plan is to be done by April of 2027. On the budget, what you have before you is the building construction. Our exhibits total cost of $15.8 million. We've raised right at $8 million to date, and this request is for $5 million. We have outstanding private request out about 3.5. Happy to answer questions, or?
Just want to say the renderings of the entryway and the lobby are outstanding. It's very beautiful, and I'm excited about this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have so much going on in the city. We want to get that done. And Hans and Tori Bootser, who are the designers of the outdoor site, have been involved in this. We've brought our museum designers we've had for 20 years. Our board chair, Chris Fleming, and past chair, John Kennedy, are with me here today, and some staff. But really, this is a result of a lot of people working together and being a unified city in this process, and as we tell this story.
I think it's a great opportunity for the city on many levels, but I mean in this context, the city government specifically, because I don't know that you guys have received much direct funding in public dollars from the city.
No.
I think maybe one time we did
Right.
something for your endowment a decade ago.
A couple
almost.
years, 10 years ago or so.
That's about it, and it's not because we don't appreciate it. It's because you don't ask. You've managed to find other resources. So I really look at it as a chance for us to show our support that we really haven't had in the past. But obviously, it's one of the most important
All for construction.
places in the city. Yeah.
This is such a great project. I'm so excited about it. And I just have to lift up that I attended the luncheon this year, always about civil discourse, and I was so deeply moved by you sharing one of the victims' fathers who befriended Timothy McVeigh's father and talking about their friendship. And I really appreciate this opportunity for us to show that Oklahoma standard and showcase it with this building. So I'm just really grateful for all of your work and the board as well.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it's a great story.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we could take up the joint resolution for passage. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, item O is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation in an amount not to exceed $750,000 from the TIF 2 increment funds hotel commercial development budget category for costs associated with the renovation of the Peerless Oklahoma Company building at 11 Northwest 8th. And we have a presentation on this.
Yes.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. Kenny Sudol at the Alliance. This one, again, as the mayor said, $750,000 proposed allocation from the downtown TIF to this project. So I did want to give a little bit of clarity of this is actually an allocation to the developer for the redevelopment of this old historic building. But we did want to talk about, this is a little bit unique in that the redevelopment of this building and the reactivation of it also will help attract a new employer to Automobile Alley. And so that's My Defense, which does a drone detection, counter-drone type of systems and technology. So Steve Mason's here, and we've also got representatives from the business to tell us about the project. So I'll turn it over to Steve.
Hi, I'm Steve Mason. I live at 824 Northwest 8. I'm here on behalf of the developer, Mason Realty Investors, with the co-developer, Travis Mason. I have spent my entire career, first of all, 28 years at an engineering company called Cardinal Engineering, protecting the environment, and placemaking in the Metroplex. We worked on Scissortail, Paycom, the baseball stadium, places we want to be. And then I transitioned from that to helping restore our urban core. And I have 3 slides here just showing our projects. They're important. There's the first slide, second slide. Just stuff that's important, like Factory Obscura of the Womb, the Yale Theater is very important. And then we ended up with this old 1920 warehouse that sat empty forever. And we've been talking today about spuds and PUDs out in the suburbs. This is an urban core project to resurrect a 1920 building. And they're coming downtown because they like the community that we've built. In theory, My Defense would be assembling their defensive mechanisms for servicemen and public safety out on the beltways. They want to be down here, and we're thrilled they're here. I'm going to introduce next Tony Dedman, who's the U.S. Director of Strategy for My Defense, who's going to talk about My Defense and how they protect us from bad guys. Tony.
Thanks, sir. How are you doing? My name's Colonel Retired Tony Dedman. I live down in Norman. I just retired from the military down at Fort Sill last year. And our company is, like we said, counter drone. We don't shoot. Our motto is we save lives. It's all designed to protect the soldier, to protect the agent, to protect the officer, whether it's a police force, whether it's TSA, whether it's Border Patrol. All of our equipment is designed to detect nefarious drones, or in some cases, clueless and careless drones, to be able to jam them if they need to be for events like the LA Olympics or for the World Cup. Or just for the state fair. We have about 12 employees right now, but we plan on hiring 10 to 15 more before the end of this year. A lot of our sales go to the Department of Defense, but we also sell to state representatives, to police forces, and whatever authorities that need that type of protection. But subject to your questions.
Thank you so much, Travis Mason, 204 North Robinson. First off, thank you for serving our community. Really do appreciate it. Excited to talk to you guys about the Peerless Project today. As you guys can see in the aerial, it's contemplating 11 Northwest 8th. That's basically 8th Street and the railroad tracks, and the parking lot just to the south. If you go to the next slide, why do we call it the Peerless Project? As my dad referenced, this is an old building, over 100 years old, and at one point you had the Peerless Oklahoma Plumbing and Heating building. Next slide, please. So the property details, it's about 25,000 square feet in total. It's 1.28 acres, and it is in our urban core that continues to grow and expand. And, you know, as our city, you know, we have a dynamic city. There's been a we haven't got a lot of good news from the business section the last 10 days in our city. But I think it's worth mentioning, I think everyone knows here around the horn, that this is a dynamic city, and we will continue to grow and expand. And one of those things that will continue to grow and expand is projects like this with companies like My Defense, which is part of the aerospace industry, which is obviously a big part of our community. So I think just remind ourselves that we live in a dynamic city to allow projects like this. Next slide. So this gives you an example of what it's going to look like in the future. It's very different. It's exciting that My Defense is going to be here. This is going to be their facility. This will be only one of two in the entire United States. The other one is in Tampa Bay, Florida. And it's just a start for them, and it's going to continue to grow. Next slide, please. This just gives you another idea of the floor plan, the aerials. Next slide. So this comes down to, this is my last slide, and I'll take questions after this. So the TIF request is $750,000. Total project cost, including fees, is over $300 a foot. If you look at the TIF returns, you might say to yourself, with no TIF, we're negative 2.97%. And with TIF, we're minus 1.2%. So to yourself, why would the developer do this? Good thing my dad values selling tacos and coffee just as much as he does with a return. And I think, as all of you guys know, my father has put his money where his mouth is and has invested a lot in a lot of communities and a lot of neighborhoods. There's a lot of small businesses in this town that have gone to my father and said, I can only pay 80% of rent. And instead of holding the barrel, he does it. And so this is another example of him putting his foot forward and saying, what's in the best interest of the city? What's in the best interest of the growth? And what a better way to tie that together to revitalize a vacant building in our urban core and to bring a dynamic aerospace company that's on the cutting edge that will show that we as a community continue to move forward in a dynamic way. Questions? Thank you,
Travis.
Thank you. Thank you all. Well, sounds like a great project. Let's take up the resolution, the joint resolution found at item O. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 6-1. Thank you. All right. Item P is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust certifying that Rebellium LLC's proposed feature film project is an eligible project under our film incentive program and approving an allocation not to exceed $228,209. And we have a presentation on this.
Yes, Jill Simpson with the Oklahoma City Film Office will give us a quick presentation on this allocation.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm coming to you with a feature film rebate application that we've codenamed Project Summer. And it is a film written and will be directed by a woman named Roxy Sorkin, who is the daughter of Aaron Sorkin, who created West Wing and a lot of other big movies. The tagline is that it's the hottest summer the town has ever seen. Best friends Jack and Quinn ignite a prank that goes horribly wrong, sending them into a chaotic, darkly comic spiral. Filming dates are April 6th to May 1st of this year. It is being brought to us by Tulsa-based production company Rebellion Films. They previously brought us Project, I believe it was Project School, that is actually going to premiere next month at South by Southwest. It's all practical locations, no sound stages. 99% of the crew is local. And anticipated Oklahoma City expenditures total roughly $4.8 million, or 76%. We are recommending pre-qualifying them at the 5% based on the fact that they have $4.7 million in local anticipated expenditures, which meets the $500,000 criteria. More than 50% of the crew hired will be full-time residents of our OKC MSA metropolitan area. More than 50% of contracts will be with Oklahoma City vendors with an eye towards diverse companies. More than 50% of filming days are within Oklahoma City limits. Their main production office will be located in city limits, and they're pre-qualified for the state of Oklahoma's film incentive. And based on us running all of their numbers, we recommend that they, at 5%, that their rebate be $228,209. That breaks down to an estimated number of local hires at 593. And based on a 20-day shooting schedule that is actually 100% in Oklahoma City limits, that is a total of 11,860 man days of work, 99% Oklahoma City resident crew, qualifying labor income of just under $3.2 million, and they're doing post-production locally at BRG Productions and Five Stone Entertainment. So the snapshot is 100% of filming days within our city limits, 99% local crew, 88% local vendors, and the impact numbers, after running it through our economic impact modeler that we have custom made for Oklahoma City, total local impact of $10.6 million, jobs supported direct and indirect are 700, labor income $3.3 million. So qualified expenditures are $4.564185 million. Taxable expenditures in Oklahoma City, $278,073. Below the line salary, which is the crew and per diem, of a little over $2 million. And above the line salary and per diem, which we capped at 25%, and we even reduced it in this case because they had more than would qualify. So we did take some money out of their above the line, and it came to $1.141046 million. Do we have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. So we could take up the joint resolution found at item P, if there's a motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Councilwoman Avers, does your return mean that you are all ready for your zoning case to be reconsidered? Well, don't want to forget about it, but it looked like everybody had returned.
Okay.
So this is item 11B.
Yes, sir. We have language that we're going to propose be amended. I'll read it. Before a CO can be issued, the developer shall, as offered, donate a maximum of 5 acres located on a corner tract to the city for the specific purpose of locating and building a fire station. The city shall either accept or reject the fire station property in writing within 180 days from the date the legal description is submitted to the city for review. If rejected, the CO shall be issued, subject to the regulations contained herein. The second one to add is landscape buffer shall not be required along the east boundary. The third one, perimeter lot width shall be a minimum of 70 feet along the east boundary.
By the way, it reads to me like if we accept the land, but we just never ever build a fire station there, that we still keep the land. Is that, I didn't hear any clawback there.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
The way it's worded, yes.
You couldn't do anything. You either develop it as a fire station or...
Yeah, I just thought it was worth noting. I mean, not that
Sure.
A park.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's before a permit. Is that correct?
Before a CO can be issued.
A CO. What's a CO?
Certificate of occupancy.
I thought we went to permit.
He said permit. You're right, he did.
Would you rather have building permit rather than CO?
Yes.
Okay, so strike CO and put building permit.
I actually have one that's from my last question. Read that part again. What does it say? For the purpose of a fire station? And then it's like, moves on, right?
Before a building permit can be issued, the developer shall, as offered, donate a maximum of 5 acres located on a corner tract to the city for the specific purpose of locating and building a fire station.
Might I suggest, so we don't someday have an argument about a clawback or other public purpose?
Sure.
Bradley recommended donate a minimum of 3 acres, maximum of 5 acres. So I think that's specify a minimum of 3.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to us. We don't want if the fire department's like, we don't want 2 extra acres, but I don't think we care. We're willing to give you up to 5, so.
That was my understanding. I think just having it in writing.
And a minimum of 3 acres. Okay, shall I read it again, Your Honor?
I don't think that's necessary. Does everybody feel okay?
Okay.
We made our amendments? Okay, so this is to be considered.
I think we should read it.
Okay.
All right,
I wrote it just for this. I'm sorry, it's only 2 lines.
All right.
Before a building permit can be issued, the developer shall, as offered, donate a maximum of 5 acres and a minimum of 3 acres located on a corner tract to the city for the specific purposes of locating and building a fire station or other public purpose. The city shall either accept or reject the fire station property in writing within 180 days from the date of the legal description is submitted to the city for review. If rejected, the building permit shall be issued subject to the regulations contained herein.
Okay.
Okay, and then you have the other.
Landscape buffer shall not be required along the east boundary. Perimeter lot width shall be a minimum of 70 feet along the east boundary.
And that enables the step down.
Okay, are we all good? So this is to be considered as an amendment to item 11B, correct?
So motion for amendment as stated,
Yes.
as stated in the record by Mr. Box. And written and submitted. Was it written and did you guys get the written version?
Caitlin, did you submit it? It's been submitted, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Sorry, I know this is torture.
There we go. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're back on the item 11B.
Okay, I want to make one comment before I make a motion.
Yes.
Sorry, I just, it's pulling it together, Mayor. So I think that Mr. Box did a great job of representing the development in this area, transitioning from rural to urban, and the upcoming developments that have already been approved that are significantly transitioning it from rural to urban. and the responsibility that we have as a council to be paying attention and investing in our public safety assets to be able to aid in that transition. And if we don't, we are actually compromising all of our public safety support across the city, because we're essentially stretching what we already have thinner and thinner. So I think that you did a great job showcasing that. I think our conversation today highlighted the need for prioritization and planning to support this area in the way that zoning requests are being submitted at this time.
Thank you.
So with the amendment in place, I will make a motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Okay, now we are back on page 17. Item Q through U are all related to collective bargaining negotiations, and I think we have a presentation that will cover all of those items.
Yes, Amy Madera, our Chief Human Resource Officer. We'll start off with item Q, which is a change to our policies that then aligns with something that was offered and we had discussed previously with council in the collective bargaining agreements, and then she'll cover the collective bargaining agreements that we have on here today.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Freeman. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Amy Madera, Chief HR Officer for the HR Department. As City Manager mentioned, I will speak briefly about items Q through U. While I'm incredibly excited about the items before you, I am so excited about item Q. We are seeking your approval to provide 6 weeks paid parental leave benefit to our employees in our executive management, general non-represented, municipal councilor, and full-time employees on the auditor pay plans, basically our non-union represented employees. Additionally, if council approves items R, employees in our AFSCME bargaining unit have also approved the additions of the paid parental leave in their collective bargaining agreement. Our paid parental leave benefit it will provide paid time off for our employees to bond with a new child for following birth or adoption. It'll ensure wage replacement, allowing employees to be able to take 6 weeks of continuous leave without losing income or using their leave accruals. Basically, it's going to be a new leave allotment. Employees must be family medical leave eligible, so basically 1 year, 1,250 hours with the city to be able to be eligible. And we know that this benefit will support our city through talent attraction, retention, employee well-being, and productivity and higher engagement. And I just want to thank our city manager, our culture and engagement office, HR department, and our city manager for their support for that particular item. Item R is our collective bargaining agreement with our American Federation of State and County Municipal Employees Union, Local 2406. The approval of the CBA will provide a 1% cost of living increase, retroing back to July 1, 2025, a 1% stipend and insurance premium increase. The wage investment will bring the city's full-time entry wage to $16.65. And there are also a few operational changes. And I want to thank AFSCME's Union President, Bruce Davis, for their continued partnership. Items S and T are seeking council approval for our non-represented employees, as well as those in management and auditor municipal councilor pay plans. Those will be afforded the same pay plan benefits for those represented by AFSCME. Again, this will include a 1% cost of living increase, retroing back to July 1, a 1% stipend, and the continuation of benefits such as tuition reimbursement, paid parking, as well as our health and retirement benefits. Item U is seeking council approval for our collective bargaining agreement with the International Association of Firefighters Local 157. That will include a 2% cost of living increase, retroing back to July 1, 2025, and a 2.25% stipend. Our longevity pay increase, as well as the increase to the city's contribution to their health benefits from $16,508 to $16,674 per budgeted position. And I want to congratulate IAFF's new union president, Tony Morgan, who's in audience. Thank him for his partnership, and I look forward to working with him. Staff's recommendation is approval for all the items. I am happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your continued support for our incredible city employees.
No,
go ahead.
When you brought this parental leave to council a few weeks ago, I mean, to me, it is one of the most important votes I have ever had the pleasure. I hope it passes because it's just so important. It was, yes, and it was something that I believed in prior to the pandemic, but the pandemic really made it clear how much more expensive it is for childcare. To say nothing of the recovery for the parents who have just gone through, the birth, bringing life into this world. So to me, this is incredible. I just really want to thank everyone involved in it. It's historic and it's important. So
Thank you for your support. I greatly appreciate it.
Well, and I'll just chime in mentioning it also goes for adoption. So recognizing that for people that have just adopted, it's also a really, really important benefit. I'll just echo that this is a huge deal. I know I've talked with city staff in past years about the need for this and that the city didn't have this as part of our policies. When you did present this to us some time ago, I asked about caregiver leave because recognizing that maybe not everybody is, especially recognizing now this is for folks, like if someone had their kids 10 years ago or a year ago, they don't get this benefit, which is great for employees going forward. But recognizing that some people might not ever have kids through adoption or of their own, and so. One of my questions was, I've heard of other employees, other municipalities, levels of government offering to their employees caregiver leave as well, and asked about whether that's something we're exploring. I was just hoping you could kind of speak to that in this space as well.
Absolutely. As someone that is currently caregiving for an elderly parent that has ALS and definitely working through that, it is something we are researching and costing out. And so it's something that we'll bring back to leadership to be able to provide an update. But I definitely appreciate the support. So we'll provide the same analysis that we were able to provide with paid parental leave. But I appreciate your support.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work on this.
I just want to echo the adoption part of that as an adoptive parent. And tomorrow being my daughter's gotcha day, it kind of bittersweet in this aspect of it, but also being someone who is a caretaker for an ailing parent. I want to support that if we can make that happen and move forward. But thank you for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the work that went into all of these items. This is, of course, kind of a year-round exercise, and a lot of people spend a lot of time on it. I'm glad we could come to a resolution on several of these agreements, in addition to the parental leave policy. So let's start there. If there's no more comments or questions, we have item Q, which is a resolution approving and adding section 623 parental leave. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then there is item R1, the collective bargaining agreement with AFSCME. Executive session is not requested by staff. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Then item S, this is a resolution approving the general non-represented pay plan established for full-time regular budgeted employees excluded from AFSCME. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item T is a resolution approving pay plans for management, administrative, and technical support positions, etc. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then item U1 is the collective bargaining agreement with the International Association of Firefighters Local 157. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we thank Tony Morgan as well. All right. We're past that now, and we are to item V1. This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Gallo et al. Versus City of OKC. Executive session is not requested. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item W is an executive session on Bruner et al. V. City of OKC et al. This is just an executive session, so we'll handle this at the end of our other business, but we would vote now to enter executive session. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. X1A is a claim recommended for denial. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Y1, A, and B are claims recommended for approval. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That concludes votes for today. Item 12 is now where we are at, and that is comments from council. Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3.
I feel like you've got enough comments from Ward 3.
Yeah, Ward 4. No, I'm kidding. Did you need anything to say? No.
No, other than, yay!
Yeah.
February home.
Ward 4.
I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the Oklahoma City Police Department for making a couple of, in my opinion, really critical captures, I would say. The Windwood Church over on Southeast 89th and Sooner. If you remember from when the tornado went through that community a year from previous November, right? And it's a small community church that really took care of that neighborhood and helped a lot of people out. It was broken into recently and set on fire. And they were able to capture the person that did that, so hopefully they get some help. And then another issue was, I know recently there was a van that was attempted to be stolen that backed into two parked cars, and then the person took off running. And come to find out that person, as far as I know, just been recently released from a mental health place. So I'm glad that they were able to capture her so that she can go get some additional help that's certainly needed. So anyway, I just wanted to thank them for all the work they do in that type of thing, trying to take care of people and different facilities and trying to make sure that those that need the help go someplace hopefully where they can change a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you. Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 7.
Please vote today. I know who I'll be voting for.
Thank you. Ward 8.
Yeah, I just want to make an announcement on February 27th. We will have an event called Operation Fresh Start. The Oklahoma City Municipal Court, in partnership with Oklahoma County District Court, will host a warrant clearing event on Friday, February 27th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Garden Oaks Community Center, 3401 Northeast 16th Street. The program offers individuals an opportunity to clear outstanding Oklahoma City warrants for traffic violations and criminal misdemeanors at a discounted rate with no fear of being arrested. So this program, again, is open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., February 27th, Garden Oaks Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on item 13, citizens to be heard. I would remind everyone to state your name and address. You have 3 minutes. If you get to the point where there's 30 seconds left, the clerk will remind you of that, and then I'll remind you when you hit 3 minutes. Marilee Perriam. Jessica Scott.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Scott, 11917 Northwest 7th Street. I'm here today to talk about what happened last month with 2800 South Council almost becoming an ICE processing facility. As you saw, many Oklahomans cared enough about this to take off work and come here on an early Tuesday morning in the snow. This was something that many residents would have been in extreme opposition to. Last month, residents requested that the council do whatever steps necessary to ensure that any federal actions comply with local governance and local laws. I'm here to ask that the council still follow through on these things, even though the property is no longer being sold. There are many things that the city council could do, some of which were talked about last month, such as a moratorium like Kansas City did, or a ban on law enforcement wearing masks or hiding their badge, requiring that law enforcement must identify itself when operating in Oklahoma City, a requirement that they wear body cams, or having a plan in place on how to hold agents accountable if they break laws within the city. Even if you think some of these things are hard to enforce, that only makes it even more important to do it now so that there is a clear record of it and a record of the city's stance on these matters. I want to remind the council that what happened in January could happen again this month in February or March or April. There's not a sale happening this second to our knowledge, but that doesn't mean that these concerns have disappeared. It only means that we've been given time to deal with these concerns and work on addressing them. The next time something happens, we cannot say we were caught off guard again. If we take no action, we could only say that we did not make use of the time that we were given and that we failed to take action for the residents of this city. Failing to do so could result in a loss of city authority and hand over local power to the federal government. So that's why I ask that it be dealt with now that we've been given
30
more
seconds
time rather than waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mari or Mary Williams? No? Okay. Well, then I'm going to say the names. Maybe keep the applause to a minimum then. One time, though, I'll repeat. Mari or Mary Williams? Okay. Brady, oh, you are here? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Mari Williams. I've lived in the OKC Metro for my entire life. I currently reside in Ward 5. Good morning, Mayor Holt, City Manager Freeman, and members of the Oklahoma City Council. I'd like to start by formally thanking Jo Beth Hammond, Kamal Pennington, and specifically James Cooper for openly opposing ICE facilities in our city. But I'm sure that the three of you know that this is just the first step. I'm here to urge all of you to take a stand for the people of OKC and protect our community from ICE and federal overreach. To do this, I ask all of you to put in place a moratorium on any ICE facilities in our city, as Kansas City has already achieved. To quote an NPR article, City Council members swiftly approved a moratorium on all city approvals for non-municipal detention facilities, unquote. This was on January 15, 2026, and it is in place until 2031. We also need any law enforcement agent, local or federal, to be identifiable. I ask you all to create a ban on officers wearing face coverings, require all officers to state their badge number and or name when prompted, and demand that all agents have a body-worn camera that records any and all interactions with the public. I'll add that on February 6th, this past Friday, the new mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, signed a major executive order, and I'll quote the MSN article. The new order sets a hard line against federal immigration overreach by explicitly prohibiting ICE agents from entering city-owned properties such as schools, shelters, and hospitals unless they have signed a judicial warrant, unquote. These requests are possible. Keeping ICE away from schools, pickup and drop-off lanes, and hospitals, and courthouses where people are trying to come in the legal way is possible. There is absolutely no reason people should be scared just to drive to work, take their children to school, or go to a doctor's appointment. People are being unlawfully pulled over, searched, and detained every single day in our city limits. I know someone that just this past week who was racially profiled and pulled over by an unmarked agent in an unmarked vehicle who lied to them and said that their car's tag was out of date when it was not. Luckily, they were not detained on their way to work, but many, many other people weren't as lucky. I'm asking you to please do everything in your power to protect our community members and stop ICE and federal overreach. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Schobert. Okay. Brady Harrell.
Hello. Hello, City Council. I wanted to bring to your attention some very real and on-the-ground information that I'm not sure is getting to your eyes and ears. Oklahoma City has seen a number of checkpoints pop up spontaneously. Most recently, there was a notable stop in the Oklahoma City Metro at Southwest 4th and I-35 and more, I-44 before Southwest 15th exit heading north, which stopped a number of vehicles. As you can see, there are a number of photos that have been taken of the scene. And this was 5 days ago. Checkpoints are being set up for ICE to stop vehicles coming through the Oklahoma City metro area, which is very interesting. We are also seeing a number of ICE detentions in the Oklahoma City metro area, such as on the 9th, just yesterday, before 7 a.m., a father heading to work was pulled off of Northwest 30th and Portland before 7 a.m. And most recently, we got an update today, the 10th of February 2016, where a Target employee on their way to work, actually walking into work, was apprehended by Immigration Customs Enforcement. The arrest happened to the Target employee from North May to the Expressway location, to the Target Expressway location. These apprehensions are continuing as they had last year.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And seemingly will continue to be happening. They are not being reported as widely as perhaps some other places, some other cities, but they are happening here. And I would hope that we keep our eyes and ears open to protect the people who are living in the Oklahoma City metro. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Falk. Okay. Aurelius Francisco. Mary Cates.
I do have Jesus in my heart, souls and souls. But something's got to happen to Andrew Square. We've got black mold, rat holes, and everything else in these apartments. This is the second letter my doctor has wrote that I have been in hospitals over my seizures, over my dementia, and everything else. Chris Schobert is on oxygen and sleep apps and everything, which he is my roommate. He is tired of the black mold, the rat holes, and everything. The apartment's been flooded 3 times. We just don't know what else to do about Andrew Square. And we have been asked to move, put in the applications to move, And the people just keeps throwing our letters in the trash. They will not move us. If I have to come in this building again, I will bring the dude that I've known since I was 5 years old. His name is Clark Jolly. I will bring him in here. If I have to, I will take Andrew Square to court, and I will get an attorney that gets paid when I do. Andrew Square needs to be shut down, permanent, demolished. I have lived in and out of there since 2009, but this has takes the cake. Here's a letter if anybody wants to read it from my doctor. You want to see it? I am on Social Security. $600 for a one-bedroom apartment is too damn much. I'll let Chris Schobert speak his piece.
Okay. Elisa Howell.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Elisa, 6208 Northwest 36. I am the Director of Organizing Okies, and I am here today because the residents of Andrews Square and other Oklahoma City Housing Authority properties are in crisis. Not just inconvenience, but crisis. But we don't have 3 to 5 acres to bribe you with, as we saw here today. For the record, bribery is the offering, giving, requesting, or accepting of something of value to improperly influence a person's decisions or actions, especially when they have a duty to act fairly or in the public or organizational interest. It's corruption by exchange. You trade value for a bent outcome, not for legitimate services. We sat here and watched you change from a delay or deny to a yes. What was the difference? Somebody stood here and offered you 3 to 5 acres. The residents at Andrews Square doesn't have those acres to bribe you with. All they have is the rent that they pay and their heart, which you are responsible for ensuring safe, sanitary housing that is not being offered. From December 26th to 29th, when the water main broke at Andrews Square, all 200 elderly and disabled residents were without water, heat, working toilets, or electricity on the first floor for 4 days. Weeks, nay, a month and a half later, the first floor still has not been dried or remediated. There is mold growing so badly because they refuse to actually do the work. And here they sat asking you for more money for unhoused. Money that you refuse to provide oversight with. I have an email dated January 13th from Councilwoman Jo Beth Hammond asking for a public tour with Ward 2 James Cooper. After responding to that email, I had still heard nothing back, and I responded January 14th. These things cannot continue. This is not in good faith, not at all. This body has a duty to appoint the board. And the board is the one who sets the agenda
30 seconds
and
remaining.
allows this to happen. Until there is independent oversight, until health hazards are addressed, until residents can live with dignity, not danger, this body should not reward failure with more funding. People are getting sick. Some are ending up in hospitals. And if we wait, someone will die. Nay, they already have, just not from this water loss yet. This isn't a funding issue. This is a human rights issue. And I implore you to do your job. Thank you.
Tevin McDaniel. Mr. McDaniel, is that you coming down? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Tevin McDaniel. I think it's afternoon, yep. Good afternoon, my name is Tevin McDaniel. I use he, him, his pronouns. I'm a co-founder of Foundation for Liberated Minds and an organizer for Home Base. I feel like there's a lot of issues, not enough time. I think I want to start one. I think with the conversations had earlier that it is a few things irresponsible to assume that folks have the resources to be able to live wherever they want. I think it's irresponsible to assume that anybody here who's not protesting just means that it's okay to pass whatever you all are voting for. And I think that those things matter, especially when we're talking about people's direct experiences. Just because they're not ours does not mean they don't happen. And just because our experiences might look different doesn't mean that whatever we are approving on this horseshoe to build or to do whatever with, building was just what we were talking about today, doesn't affect the people who are living directly close to them. Example one of a person who came and showed pictures of the building directly close to them that nobody here knew was happening, right? And so I think that is irresponsible on behalf of this horseshoe to actually argue that because of somebody's stance on this horseshoe means that we should just continue with it, or that if nobody's here protesting it, that we should just continue with it because it is a Tuesday at 8:30. We are here now at almost 12:30, and folks have jobs and resources and bills that this body also is not providing and are expected to come here and speak every time. I'm glad that folks have been able to send letters. I appreciate Councilwoman Avers for bringing those, Councilwoman Avers for bringing those responses and people's ideas to this council to talk about, but I think it is a much larger issue that this horseshoe has failed to address for a long time, which is everybody's experience in this city and the responsibility that this horseshoe has. We are also coming up on budget processes. I am always going to come up here and say that we need to be pushing for more participatory budget sessions. You all have probably already decided behind closed doors what's going to happen in these next coming months, and I understand that, and that's okay. However, I'm going to continue to be at these meetings along with my friends who work for full-time to do organizing work, who have the privilege to be here every Tuesday at 8:30 to come listen to what's happening and say that this is not okay. We have to have more engagement with the people in this room who can't be here, but the people in our county, in our city, who have the experiences that not everybody up here has, who are actually living without busing, who are actually living without sidewalks, who are actually living without streetlights, things that this body approves of. And so I'm going to continue to say we need to have better processes. We need to be more engaged with the community members of Oklahoma City, and we have to do better as this city council board. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Somebody referenced a Chris Schobert, whose name I did call earlier, but no one moved. So is he actually here? Okay, yeah, Mr. Schobert, is that you?
Hello, Council. My name is Chris Schobert. I live at Andrews Square, Ward 6. I want you to be aware of the deplorable conditions. We had a pipe burst, a main pipe burst on the North Tower on Christmas night. It flooded the whole first floor, including my apartment. My apartment was flooded because a little strip at the back of the door that holds the water out was missing. My door was also, 5 years prior, caved in and destroyed by Oklahoma City Housing Authority. I was not at home. My refrigerator went out and everything went to stinking. They bashed in my door to get in, and you can see the damage. I've asked for door replacement for the past 5 years and hasn't got it. After that, my air conditioning was out 2.5 years. I had to buy my own window units. I put them in. This past summer, I kept on them and presented a doctor's statement. After 2 years, I finally got air conditioning, central heat and air. Then this flood, mice holes all in the place. When that water come through, my apartment was yet flooded again for the third time. The second time it was above me and it was coming down out of the walls from the floor above, but because somebody left the apartment, the water on. You can see stains, and the cord around is pulled loose from the walls, and I've asked for them to get fixed, and it hasn't. Well, you have to pull everything against the wall and it will come in. Does it look like I'm in any condition to pull the quarters around the walls and pull things out? No. But yet I can see them taking 2 and 3 hour lunches. Here's a doctor's statement, if anybody would care to read. I have respiratory problems. I'm on CPAP. I'm on oxygenator, and I also take breathing treatments. My lungs aren't what they used to be. I was one of those rescue workers working the bombing. I breathed in a lot of stuff I probably shouldn't have, but I'd do it again to save lives. I worked 20 years as a public servant
Seconds remaining.
for Oklahoma Teaching Hospitals. I spent 8 years in the Marine Corps defending my country so people like you could have the rights to live and breathe and be here as city council. I fought for freedom. It appalls me that I did all that to be treated this way. I want people to know about Andrews Square. Whether you realize it or not, it was built on the old Capitol Hill dump. That means that the land is shifting. It may have been pounded down, but we've had, here in the Oklahoma City area, we've had earthquakes and tremors. The land's shifting. That's one of the reasons for the pipe burst. It's not a matter if it's going to happen again. It's a matter of when.
Mr. Schobert, we're over time. Is there anything you'd like to say in conclusion?
Pardon?
We're over time. Is there anything you'd like to say in conclusion?
Please, I need help. I need to be heard and listened to. I need to get out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. I also called Mark Falk earlier, but I called your name earlier, but you did not react. Mark Falk.
Yes, my name is Mark Falk. I want to speak today about ICE in Oklahoma City. And I appreciate that the citizens of Oklahoma City came together. We made phone calls to the broker and to the builder, and an incredible group of people came here and spoke. I appreciate everyone on the council who spoke up on that, and I appreciate the builder and hopefully the broker backing out on that deal. The problem we have is really twofold. I'm not going to do this. I was going to make a call to Mark Beffert from Newmark Robinson Park today, because he is also the broker on the property in Durant, Oklahoma. So a prominent Oklahoma City broker is a broker who is now possibly going to profit from an ICE detention center in Durant, Oklahoma. I would encourage anyone here who is concerned about that, as I am, and I think all of us are, to contact him, to urge him as a prominent citizen of Oklahoma City who has made very good money and has had a realty company here for over 100 years, to do the right thing. And I'm going to read a couple of, really quickly, some statistics that came out today. So, Syracuse University put out some statistics on Oklahoma today on how the ICE detention stops have happened. From January to September of last year, 3,600 deportation orders were served, meaning people were snatched up from the street, from their places of business, from their homes in Oklahoma. Now, we hear a lot about how they're just getting criminals off the streets. That is not true. These statistics, 3,600 people, deportation orders. Of those, 1.8% had aggravated felony orders. Another 3.7% had some type of a criminal charge. So a total of 5.5% people had any criminal-based background. That means out of 3,600, 3,405 people were taken
30
from their
seconds
homes,
remaining.
from their business, or from the street, and had no criminal background. These are our residents. I would urge you to study what other cities have done, take any measures that you can to protect our residents and the hardworking people of Oklahoma City. And I would also urge you, Mayor Holt, especially you, to contact Mark Befford and ask him, for the good of all of us, to not sell the property in Durant for a nice detention center. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes citizens to be heard. Now we have an executive session we previously voted on, and we will return after that.
Come on. Okay, we are returned from executive session. We're on item 14, adjournment. We are adjourned.